Good morning, rowers. Good morning, fans, and the warmest of welcomes to the 2024 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. It is going to be an incredible weekend. Conditions are already considerably better than they were yesterday, and we are almost guaranteed some epic racing. We're going to kick off the day today with our time trials, starting with the coastal men's solos. All the time trials will be deciding who will advance through to the last 16. So a lot on the line here this morning. We have a wonderful team here to keep the party going. We've got DJ Cavell, we've got Scotty for commentary, myself, Gemma Kerr hosting, and Luca Brogini. Luca, welcome.
Thank you very much, Gemma. Good morning. Buongiorno, buongiorno, buongiorno. Ci siamo davvero, siamo pronti per iniziare la nostra grande maratona di questo campionato del mondo di beach sprint. Questa mattina una dedicata esclusivamente ai time trials. Non vediamo l'ora di raccontarvi ogni singolo istante. We can't wait to jump on board and to see all the actions there on the water. We have seen some of the most amazing scholars here. Adrian Miramon Quiroga from Spain, Italy Giovanni Ficara, then again Chris Beck from the United States of America. But we are pretty lucky to have this weekend as well our wonderful colleague Scotty that is about to brief you all on what's happening on the water, all the action. I think Chris Beck is coming home at the moment. So Scotty, welcome back and over to you.
Thanks, Lucas. Gemma, fantastic to be back here at these beach sprint finals. We've got significantly improved conditions out on the water this morning compared to what we saw yesterday. Certainly much more favourable for these time trial events. A beach sprint, a slalom out 250 metres across the course and back down to the beach. With these time trials, always something to look at out on the water. 3 or 4 scullers at a time, all at different bits of the course, competing for the best time they can get to progress them through to the next stage of the event. We've got a fair bit of swell still coming in, as we can see there, as the rower from Australia comes in, making it really challenging in the dismount. They're all important boat handlers work, keeping the boat safe, keeping the rowers safe. He's been for a swim, but he's back up the beach now towards that finish line. So I think it's going to be quite exciting to watch how those conditions change throughout the day. Certainly something we're keeping an eye on up here.
Abbiamo appena visto i primi 6 singolisti chiudere il percorso: Spagna, Italia, Germania, Lituania, Nuova Zelanda, Australia. In partenza la Slovenia al momento, pronti a partire Alex Svetina, one of the youngest athletes racing in the men's solo. He was born in 2005, 19 years of age, about to start. And what an amazing start for Slovenia. He was really storming out. 19 years of age, Scotty. The waves are really making the start pretty challenging, eh?
Yeah, they certainly are, and that is one of the most exciting features of this race format, is that we've got these beach starts and beach finishes. We didn't see that last weekend at the Coastal Championships, water starts and water finishes, so all of that action is back for this weekend. We have got to see the athletes get into their boats, safely get launched off the beach, out to the course through the breaking surf, down that course and then make a safe return to the beach with the boat under control all the time. There are penalties for not having your boat under control, which means that all of these rowers, the priority is to make sure they bring that boat back to the beach as safely as possible with the best time that they can get. Also, though, all important to make sure that they round all of these marks the correct way. They have got to leave the first mark to starboard, to port, sorry, second mark to starboard, and then that is incurred for going the wrong way. So key part of this format is navigation. They've got to make sure that they leave these marks to the correct side of the boat. So there are going to be lots of glances over their shoulders, making sure they're picking these yellow marks out across the horizon and don't give any time away.
At some point when you feel comfortable with the you tell me, exactly. When you're happy. Exactly. And on the way back, the real race.
China.
Put the boats in the water.
That's the rower from Peru underway with a really challenging start there for his boat handlers. They got caught out by a big surf coming in and breaking through the boat. I think taking a couple of them off their feet. They did a fantastic job to keep that boat under control and have it ready for the rower to get into for a good, clean start. We'll see how it goes for the rower from China now.
Croatia.
Put the boats in the water. Attention.
And now is the time for Croatia. Al momento è la Croazia con Michael Girotto, ritira ancora una volta una pesante eredità, parte subito, rimane un remo sotto l'acqua, deve ripartire con celerità. Siamo in gara con i time trials, si corre per il tempo, l'obiettivo è entrare nei migliori 16 in assoluto in questa del singolo maschile.
Put the boats in the water.
Yeah, 2, 3. Yeah.
Attention.
Observe the sport. Then he said when we get to the state,
Great Britain.
Put the boats in the water. Attention.
Well, that's Jerry over GBR on his way out to that first turning mark now. His start there again just showing the significant challenges facing the boat handlers and their importance in this event in keeping the boat safe and under control for the start of the race and the end of it. If the boat's pointing in the wrong direction when they try and get themselves in it and underway, it can spell disaster right at the beginning. So it is so important to get that good, clean start. The rower from Cyprus looking like they've picked a really nice moment on the water there. Sometimes it does just come down to the luck of what sets are coming in at the moment you are entering the boat, and he has had probably the flattest bit of water to row out on for the start of a race so far, so he'll be wanting to use that to his advantage. We then see the boat handlers on the beach, hands in the air, doing what they can to guide their athletes out, give them all of the navigational assistance that they can, so they can their shoulders, trying to work out where the boys are ahead of them.
Poland.
Put the boats in the water. Attention.
And I think we've seen an issue there with the boat from Poland being prepared. They had a big wave break through the boat, potentially causing a couple of issues. So they've called that in early, so they've got a chance to sort that mistake before trying to start again later. We'll see how that pans out in a moment.
Yes. They'll have to let Gwen know. Start. Good. Poland.
Put the boats in the water.
Well, the team from Poland will be hoping for more luck with the waves as they get their boat back in the water. I think a couple of bits have been swept out the boat. I saw one of their team back
Attention.
out, swimming to go retrieve something from the water. Go show the power in these waves will literally take bits off the boat. So it is all down to trying to keep the boat as high out the water as possible. A stable, ready entry. And another problem there, I think, for the team.
They keep having problems with their boat. The technical guys just put his hand up again.
Siamo sempre in attesa della partenza dell'atleta della Polonia, una terza restart per lui dopo aver perso il carrello e visto la barca sobbalzare sulle onde. È arrivato il momento della partenza, siamo pronti per lo start della Polonia. È buona in questo momento, and off we go. Is Poland racing here? What a choppy start for him. He tried 3 times, Scotty, but now is the time for the proper race.
As you say, Luca, third time lucky, and it looks like he is finally clean away from the beach. That's the start he was hoping for the first time. He will be looking to make this count as much as possible. Those boat handlers already straight into beach mode, giving the direction that they can to the athletes after a really, really challenging start from them. You know, these waves, they come through in sets, and sometimes you get bigger sets roll through, and what we saw there was three really decent sized waves come in quick succession, causing a lot of white water. Still a lot of power in that white water, and yeah, really, really challenging for those on the beach.
Ukraine.
Benjamin Louis there from Belgium, having had a much nicer start there, keeping the bow pointing straight out in what was comparatively calm waters for what they had there. Sometimes it really just does come down to the luck of the moment when your start is. We'll see if the rower from Ukraine gets that same luck now. Well, he's away clean. I don't think he got lucky with the waves there, but they certainly handled it well, keeping the boat under control and him safe as the water passed through the boat there. The power of these waves can easily unseat a rower as they're trying to get themselves settled in the boat, and that's certainly something we've seen a lot in previous editions of the event, the people getting knocked out of their seat, either washed out by the wave as they're getting into the boat, or as the boats drop off the back of sharper waves, which we may see later in the day as the day changes and the conditions change, literally shock loading people out of their seats.
That was the official start, la partenza ufficiale del pettorale numero 24 del nostro programma, Goncalo Delgado. Una partenza importante per lui, ha sfruttato il momento migliore per l'uscita sull'acqua. Ora siamo in gara and looks like Portugal is going pretty fast. You want to get one of the best time to go through to the next
Hong Kong.
Put the boats in the water. Attention.
Canada.
Put the boats in the water. Attention.
Maybe when it's a bit busier tomorrow, maybe we concentrate on the gains up there, maybe, I don't know. I'll come later anyway.
What a great start for Canada, Scotty. He really used the best time, and of course he found the perfect timing to get out. So no bumpy start for him, and now pushing really hard. So this is one of the opportunity to get one of the best time here.
It certainly is, Luca. Aubrey Oban there of Canada. No stranger to this event, so he's rode out through some big surf in previous editions, but he managed to pick a nice moment there. Partly that's just the luck of when those waves come in, but also once you're running down to the boat, you're already trying to judge how much time you've got to get in the boat and get clear of the surf line before the next breaker comes in. So it's not only a race with the time out on the water, it is a race with that breaking wave, the next one coming towards you, because you want to be in your seat, feet in and rowing hard, keeping that boat under control. The faster the boat's going, the more control it's got going up through the waves. So there is such emphasis and priority on getting the boats underway now. You can see those bigger sets when they start to come in like this. The rower there from Latvia just managing to get clear of the crest of those waves before they come in towards the beach. Quite an interesting beach here. It goes flat for a while and then we've got a big drop off. And at that drop off is where we see the power of all of that water rolling in from the Lagunian Sea, coming up, welling up towards the surface and then dropping onto the beach. Yeah, no swells the same here, so it's going to be some really exciting starts throughout the day.
Attention. Attention.
Palazzolozzi from Hungary, l'Ungheria in
Ireland.
Put the boats in the water. Attention.
And now we are back live, we are back on the water, we are back with Ireland. Ireland, we are still in the men's solo. A lot to go through, but we have seen some spectacular race this morning in the men's solo. We've seen one of the best Scalas racing just then, but we get some Olympians soon and gold medalists from Paris 2024. I can't wait to see all the action, Scotty.
Attention.
Brazil.
Put the boats in the water. Attention.
Netherlands.
Put the boats in the water. Attention.
And now this is the race you want to watch. A gold medalist from Paris, running and jumping from classic rowing into coastal rowing. We are now live with the Netherlands, Lena Valierop. What a great start, and I can see a lot of power there on the water.
Well, as you say, Luca, running and jumping from normal to coastal rowing and running and jumping into the boat and straight out. Fantastic pace to that first mark, not leaving any meters untouched there between him and the buoy. You're allowed to touch the buoy with any part of the boat or your oars as long as the hull of the boat passes to the correct side of it. So not giving away any unnecessary meters there, powering down the course. We've still got that big swell rolling in from quite a long way out. We've got the swell, you can see, starting to really build up about halfway down the course and then barrel its way in towards the beach. The breaking waves being the biggest challenge here this morning for getting the boats in the water. Not causing too much problem out on the course other than just navigation. If you look over your shoulder when you're in the hollow, in the dips of one of those waves, you're not going to be able to see anything. So it's all about making sure that you spend the time looking over your shoulder at the point at which you're going to be able to pick out the course that you want ahead of you. Tricky start there for the rower from South Africa, but he's got himself back under control and underway. Really nice recovery there. Again, when the wave picks that boat up at the wrong moment, it can make it so hard to get seated and set in the boat with everything in the right place. But back underway again, powering back down the course. We can see there the rower from the Netherlands already making his way back down towards the beach. When they're coming back with the swell behind them, it is all about trying to get in sync with the wave that they are going. If they can carry that wave in towards the beach and get in sync with it, use the power of the water to propel themselves back, then it can be a really big advantage. You also want to try and carry that water as far up the beach as possible. If you end up grounding the boat out right at the bottom of that wave, you just got more sand to run back up again.
Running towards the finish line is now the Netherlands, the Olympic champion from the Netherlands, stopping the time now, and I'm pretty curious, Scotty, to see what was his time.
Japan.
Attention.
Well, I'm curious too, Luca, and when we've got those times, we will bring them to you. But for now, what we have got is what's going on in front of us, and it is all about just watching the action on the water. We can see there the starters picking the moment, trying to make sure it's the safest possible moment for the boats to start, so that they've got the best shot of completing the course safely. And say we've got to start this race with the boat under control and finish it with the boat under control. We can see there, though, the rower from Japan making his way out into a bit of white water. Boat handlers having to try really hard to keep the boat on, but now the race is on to get clear before this next wave comes in. He's going to have to put the power on. You see the bow lift clear. Fantastic job there. Getting clear. If you get caught out by a breaking wave when the boat is clear of the boat handlers but you're not clear of the surf, it can be disaster.
Put the boats in the water.
Intanto la città di Genova si ferma, inizia ad affacciarsi su Corso Italia per seguire le nostre gare. Siamo nella sezione dei time trials, prove selettive per individuare le migliori formazioni che domani e domenica si contenderanno le medaglie. Continuate a fermarvi, a seguire i momenti, ma domani avremo grande spettacolo con l'assegnazione delle medaglie. Oggi solo time trials, siamo con le ultime partenze del singolo maschile.
Greece.
Put the boats in the water.
Eskelborg there from Sweden having a good start. Tricky moment with the wave picking the boat right up to a much greater height than normal, just as he wanted to get in it. With the swell and the waves that are coming in, the height of the boat's coming up to waist height, and nobody's jumping in a boat when it's up at waist height. So it's all about having to time that moment and make sure that you can get yourself seated and underway before the next wave comes in.
Attention.
Norway under there with a good clean start, just taking the time to get himself comfy in the boat before getting underway. That extra second spent making sure that you are in correctly can pay dividends, because to come unseated or get a foot out on the course will spell disaster, particularly if you're still in the swell. It can be so difficult to get things back under control once you're underway. They had a good moment, not too much white water breaking at the time. It looks like a fast pace out towards the middle of the course now.
And it's really great to see the boat handler from Australia helping Vanuatu. They've got a partnership. They're trying to help Vanuatu to grow in rowing. And it's great to see these two nations, of course, competing against each other, but helping each other out on this occasion. So Benjamin Pitcher from Vanuatu, coached by Rilori, is now on the water racing for a potential spot into the best 16. Abdallah Ahmed from Sudan is starting now on the water, and off we go. 2 waves to go out.
Through the waves to go out, but nicely clear now of that breaking water out to that first turning mark. That first turning mark to the left-hand side of the boat, second one to the right, third one to the left, across to the left-hand channel of the course, and then it is a straight line back to the beach. On the return to the beach, no need to slalom around any of the courses, just all about speed and trying to land the boat in the right place on the boat. When they're back on the beach, they've got to run up around these flags, which means it's important to make sure they get to the flag. So if you land your boat too far to the middle of the course, you've just got further to run up the beach. The same if you go too far to the outside of the course. So there is real priority on bringing the bow home as close to those flags as possible, giving you the shortest distance to run through the sand and the best chance of getting a good time.
And now we are with the last starter of the day in the men's solo. Is number 46. Il numero 46 in partenza. Siamo con lo start dell'ultimo singolista, l'ultimo starter di questa specialità. Ci sposteremo poi al singolo femminile. Se vi state divertendo siete nel posto giusto, stessa spiaggia, stesso mare. Siamo a Genova, pronti in partenza. And that was the finish for Danny Friedman from Israel, moving from classic rowing into beach sprint, a big move for him. But on the water, Scotty, we've got the last sculler for the men's solo is Mark Scambry from Malta.
Yes, Luca, that is the last sculler going to make his way out to the course. We've still got the previous two from Barbados and Sudan making their way back down towards the beach. As we said before, one of the exciting things about the time trials is that you've got so much to look at out on the water of everybody at different stages of the course. But that will bring the first time trial of the coastal of the day, coastal men's solo, to a close. We're going to see how the conditions are going to develop as the rest of the morning progresses. We've got a little bit of wind starting to build now, the colder air rushing down from the land out towards the sea. I've been looking out through my binoculars right out towards the horizon, and there's a lot more wind out there, so I think we're going to see the land give us a fair bit of shelter in close to the beach, so we might not feel the worst of effects of that. It's going to be a lot windier, over 30 knots out at sea. I don't think we're going to see anywhere near that sort of wind at the beach, certainly without how things are at the moment, but it may change as the day progresses. So I think that cold wind will start to come in throughout the morning. We'll see if that changes things, particularly for the starts of the race.
Saying, hey Gemma, we like completed the first something like
There's not been a friend to me. You don't want a little bit here, let me 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 to me. Don't know what I might do.
And now the last sculler of the men's solo in this first set of time trials is coming home. Siamo oramai in chiusura con l'ultimo singolista della sezione time trials del singolo maschile. Sul traguardo ferma il tempo, prova completata. A lot of actions here, Scotty. 46 scullers officially home.
Yes, Luca, all 46 scullers now officially home. Boats under control, which is what we like to see. That brings the men's time trials of that coastal solo to a close. We're just getting ready for the coastal women's solo time trial start shortly.
Gemma, we completed the first race of the day. How was it?
What an epic way to kick off the morning. My goodness. You know, it gives you a real feel for what the beach sprint is all about. It's timing, it's navigating the waves, it's getting yourself out there onto the course and getting that boat going as fast as possible. And we've seen a masterclass in that here already. I love it. Thrilling.
That's great. And we can't wait to see the next one.
Absolutely. So we've got the women's solo coming up next. Again, it will be interesting to see what conditions they have to deal with because it's ever changing as the morning progresses. So that's also the fun thing about this sport is the adaptability that you need to be able to just react at a moment's notice. And we're seeing that here today. So many nations represented as well, which is fantastic. So if you're a fan up there watching, we want to hear your support. Who are you here cheering for? Who are you here supporting? We can hear you down on the beach and it'll give them a real boost as they head out onto the water.
46 men's, 37th women's. We can't wait to see all the action, which we start in less than 3 minutes from now. Non vediamo l'ora di vedere la prossima gara, ci sposteremo dal singolo maschile a quello femminile. Corsa Italia inizia a farsi davvero sentire, inizia a farsi colorare, ci farà vivere delle emozioni incredibili. Siete straordinari lassù, meno di 3 minuti alla partenza del singolo femminile. E siamo in gara. We are officially off with the women's solo. We've got 37 Scala racing for the dreams. But the first in line is Janneke van der Molen from the Netherlands. From the Netherlands to France with Elodie Ravera Scaramosino racing now.
Great starts for both the rowers from the Netherlands and France, managing to find a slightly more settled moment on the waves coming into the beach. Fast and furious pace there by Janneke van der Molen from the Netherlands, already around that first of the turning marks, making her way across the course, second turning mark, and then it will be straight line speed back to the beach. Starting to see the wind just pick up slightly here. You'll have all felt it got a little chillier on the beach. That's that cold air from the land really starting to drop down through the valleys and the hills behind us. And as it cools down, it rushes down towards the water and out to sea. You can see the flags have just started to pick up. There's one flag in particular I keep my eye on as my reference point for the day, and it is only just starting to fly for the first time today. So I think that means that the wind is starting to come into play for the first time. You can see there Christine Cavallo of the USA though. Tricky moment to start, but they handled it really, really well. Just a whole load of water lifting the boat up high, but she is in and underway. No problems at all there, powering out through the surf out towards the first turning mark.
Benjamin Booth on the water, actually in the water, together with Mark, trying to give the best advice to Christine Cavallo from the United States of America. And we can easily recognize the USA team with that pinky shirt that are going to wear over the next 3 days. Of course, that is in the past. We can't wait to see Claire Jamison starting, surely representing Great Britain. She's about to start. times. And you, 0.
Well, as Claire Jameson of GBR starts, it was Janneke van der Merlen coming across the line. A bit of a masterclass there in handling the boat in just ahead of a surf, managing to keep it under control, bring the bow back to the beach near that all-important flag, and more importantly, making sure she's dismounted on the seaward side of the boat, so no chance of getting run over by the boat as it then moves in the surf. But Claire Jameson of GBR well underway now. Towards that first turning mark. We've got 4 rowers out on the course, lots and lots to look at as we've got the rower from France coming back into the beach now on a big surf.
And what a great start for Spain. Che partenza straordinaria per la Spagna. Tra l'altro sento anche i tifosi in Corso Italia, la voglia di andare a sostenere la propria Beniamina. Sono arrivati a Genova per sostenere la loro singolista. Noi ovviamente continuiamo la nostra battaglia, continuando a seguire ogni singolo istante. In addirittura d'arrivo invece gli Stati Uniti d'America. We love you, Spain!
And that's Patricia Pista from Portugal underway there. A tricky moment to start. She had to really take her time. Oh, she got a grab, but got it back under control now. There's going to be a bit of distance back to row to that turning mark as the bow skewed off to starboard there with the boat getting spun around. But she seems to be back up to speed again now. A really nice flat bit of water there. A good moment for the team from Finland. Their rower now out on what is suddenly turned into settled water for a moment. We know it won't stay that way though. I can already see that next set of swells building in. It will be the next starter and the one after that's going to have their eye on the end of the course, seeing how those swells are looking and hoping that they do not get the worst of it as they are getting in the boat and underway.
And that is an important finish, and we can hear the supporters from Spain cheering here. Guardate che spettacolo sul traguardo, lo stop del cronometro. Kiwi Wing, Hong Kong, China, on the water now.
And as one starts, another finishes. It's all to keep an eye on the left-hand side there. It's just coming out of my view, but a big surf coming in. The rower on the beach. Luca, can you see how that's gone? excitement there that timing of the swell can bring to the finish. Now coming back to the beach, hoping for a quieter moment. Certainly got that boat handles with boat under control around that all-important flag and back across the line.
We've seen some danger there, but the Hong Kong China single sculler really managed the situation, jumped off the water and off the boat and ran all the way to the finish line. Great job to her. Now, ladies and gentlemen, ed ora, signore e signori, è il momento della verità. Ci stiamo preparando con la partenza di una delle atlete che non vorrete assolutamente perdere. Emma Twigg, representing New Zealand, silver medalist in Paris 2024. She was one of the best sculler there, and now racing in the women's solo. What a magic start and what an energy, thanks to DJ Covell here on site in our venue for the New Zealand sculler that's now storming out. She's really focusing on this new challenge. She moved from classic rowing into beach sprint after winning silver in Paris a month ago. So it was a great start for her. Scotty, how does it look from your position?
Well, it's looking fast from my position here, Luca. An absolutely scorching start out to that first turning mark. She'll have been pleased that the big swell that rolled underneath the boat about halfway out of that first mark wasn't what she got down on the beach there. It's going to be a bit of a race out here for the rower from Austria to get clear of that, which she's just managed to do. It is the worst possible thing to get caught once your boat's clear of the boat handlers, but not clear of the surf line. Nobody wants to get caught out by the breaking white water there that can cause real problems. Again, one of the most exciting things about this format, though, you're racing the wave off the beach, then you're racing your time out of the course, and then we'll be racing head-to-head later in the event. But that is Emma Twigg already out of that first turning mark, not leaving any meters out on the track there, sliding the boy down the left-hand side of her boat. She'll be looking to do the same thing here, and then straight line speed back to the beach, trying to get in sync with the swell that is rolling in from the Mediterranean and bringing the boat home as close to the flag as possible.
Maura, in gara c'è sempre la vice campionessa olimpica nel singolo, la neozelandese Emma Twigg, che sta cercando spazio per portarsi a registrare uno dei tempi migliori. All'interno invece l'aggancio deciso dell'Austria, Magdalena Lobnig, campionessa del mondo la scorsa settimana, sempre qui a Genova nella Endurance, ed ora in corsa per una medaglia importante. Attenzione anche all'assalto della Turchia, poi la Lituania in partenza in questo momento.
Picked a nice moment out through the sets towards that first turning mark. Again, everybody will be really, really happy if they don't have to contend with any of the big braking surf on the way out, and almost more importantly, on the way back in. It can be really, really hard to keep these boats under control when you've got the power of the water behind you and you can just see it barreling down on you. You want to carry that wave as far up the beach as possible, but you do not want to lose control of the boat. There's penalties for losing control of the boat, and also if you get trapped and not able to get out of the boat towards the flag, then it is going to be a much slower finish to the race.
What a start from Brazil, Talia Rosa Soares, born in 2001. She just celebrated her 23 years old and now racing here in Genoa. Guardate che spettacolo, il Brasile, una partenza esagerata per la 23enne brasiliana che ha celebrato il suo compleanno proprio pochi giorni fa ed ora rincorre un tempo nei time trials, una di quelle gare assolutamente da non perdere. Partenza, arrivi, time trials continuano in modo esagerato, tutto perfetto qui ancora sulle acque di Genova. Ieri grandi onde, ma oggi tutto si presenta nelle migliori condizioni. Arrivi, partenze, la ricerca del tempo per entrare nei turni successivi. Sono i time trials di questo campionato del mondo. And off we go again. Now is Grace Racing. We've got 19 scholars on the water. Actually, 19 scholars already competed. Now, number 19 is Grace. What a rough start there. She had a wave, and now another one jumping up and down. Was not that easy, Scotty, to get out.
No, that was not an easy start at all, and again, just all credit to the boat handlers for keeping the boats under control and just giving these athletes what they need. They didn't put the blades in the oars in her hand, keeping those blades clear of the water, making sure that they let the power of the water pass underneath. before getting the boat engaged and out through the wave. It is all about timing, and those first 5 seconds are just so important and sometimes can define the entire rest of the race.
Maria Tusk from Poland on the water right now and starting her race here at this 2024 World Rowing Beach Sprint Final. Siamo ancora nei time trials, era la partenza della Polonia, la singolista numero 20 sul traguardo. Abbiamo visto l'Ungheria, tutto procede davvero alla grande, ci stiamo avvicinando per il momento più atteso. Genova, preparatevi, a brevissimo avremo la nostra prima italiana in gara, non vediamo l'ora di vederla gareggiare, sarà un'emozione straordinaria per Federica Cesarini al debutto in questa del Beach Sprint, campionessa olimpica ai Giochi di Tokyo nel doppio pesi leggeri, prima medaglia nella storia dell'Italia nel canottaggio femminile a 5 cerchi. Lei gareggerà nel singolo femminile, non vediamo l'ora di vederla all'opera. Preparatevi Genova!
Well, as we get ready for the next start, we are all eyes on that next set of swell coming in, making sure that these boats are under control as these big breaking waves come in. Also, though, it will be how on the left-hand side of the course, from Poland manages to navigate these back to the beach, looking to use the power of that wave to carry you as far up the beach as possible, but not lose control and end up in the wrong place. All about choosing the moment to dismount, when to stop rowing, when to let the boat glide, and when to get your feet wet on the beach, running way up to the line. That's the start for Canada now. We'll see how it goes for them.
And now it's time for Norway, and again, it's one of those races you don't want to miss with Siri Eva Kristenens. She always brings her entire family to watch and support, and I'm sure the entire family is here cheering for her. So what a start for Norway. Now it's time to push really hard to find the best speed ever, of course, on the course.
Yeah, she'll be pushing hard, Luca. Really difficult start there. Just a lot of white water came through the boat at the wrong moment, so it took a moment longer than normal, I think, to get the feet in and ready to go. And at that point, the wave has started to recede and just grounded the bottom of the boat out. Again, all the challenges of these technical beach starts, needing to keep the boat as under control as possible, get everybody in, but then make sure that you are in sync with the wave and you don't have the back of the boat stuck on the beach, you don't damage the fin. There's so much to it, and it's the coordination required between the rower and the boat handlers that can make that a winning combination.
And now it's time for Semi Blanchard from Australia. She came all the way from Australia to race here today in Genoa. They've been training here. They've been training out from Genovese Rowing Club, the local club of Genoa, trying to get used to this part of the world, and now looked like the training here are paying off, Scotty.
Absolutely, it's all about having a feel for the waters that you're rowing in, and you know the Mediterranean will be different to potentially any of the local waters they've rowed in, so the more time on the water the better in terms of having a feel for how that water feels underneath the blades, and particularly local beach conditions. Today we have got far better conditions than we saw yesterday. Massive breaking surf here yesterday, but it has improved, it is in our favour, and we are looking for a fantastic day ahead. I think we've just started to feel the wind start to come into play. The flags are beginning to lift. The sun's out as well for the first time, so it is all changed on the course. We're going to see if the wind does continue to blow from the land, from the north out to sea as forecast. It is going to be behind them, propelling them out to the turning marks, but them having to navigate, keeping the wind on the right side of their bow and not get pushed off course on the way back to the beach could be really interesting and give us lots to watch later in the day.
Ed ora voglio girare in italiano. Genova, fatti sentire. Abbiamo la nostra prima italiana in gara, Federica Cesarini, nata e cresciuta alla Canottieri Gavirate, professionista delle Fiamme Oro, campionessa olimpica ai Giochi di Tokyo, ed ora gareggiare in maglia azzurra in questa del singolo femminile. Vai Fede!
Well, that looked like a good clean start there for the rower from Japan, rowing out into what I can see the first breeze really coming across the course. We can start to see the texture and the shade of the water changing out there, those darker patches of water, starting to the wind roughing up the surface of the water. It hasn't quite decided which direction it's blowing from. Half time the flags are blowing out to sea from the north, and then it's coming back in from the south, so it might take a while to settle down. So that gives an even bigger element of how much variety there is to the conditions out there, that they could row out with the wind from one direction and then be feeling it from a different direction. Shows how versatile you've got to be competing in this event. You've got to have the beach sprint, you've got to get the launch and the start started, the navigation coordination's got to be spot on, and then you've got to be able to deal with the changing conditions and manage them as best you can. It really is survival and the success of the most adaptable out here on these courses in the Mediterranean.
Down there and stuff. There is also 50-minute break.
And now, Scotty, I'm sure you can hear the crowd here in Genoa. They're all going for the Italian Scala that is now approaching the beach. I'm talking about the Olympic champion Federica Cesarini. They're sort of running to the finish line. What a tough finish there. She was sort of swimming, and now she can finally run towards the finish line. Few meters to go. Crossing the line now, Federica Cesarini from Italy.
Yeah, that was a brilliantly handled finish there. The wave that she was riding in just picked the stern of the boat up, that buoyant, larger volume at the back of the boat, picked it up and stuck the bow into the beach, which meant that that boat was lifted up at the wrong angle as she was trying to get out of it. But they did a fantastic job to keep the boat under control. She found herself in waist-deep water, having to wade back to the beach before she even managed to start that sprint. But that was really, really nicely handled by the whole team there.
Continuano le partenze e gli arrivi del singolo femminile, la volta del Paraguay, poi la Germania, avremo a seguire ancora l'Ucraina. Insomma, le ultime partenze del singolo femminile, arriveremo a quota 37 per archiviare anche questa specialità. Yet to enter from Germany is officially off, but it's not finished. We've got 4 scullers to go in this event, and we can't stop. We have to keep pushing and enjoying this magic race, the time trials of the women's solo. Jana Sebrianska, coached by Artemi Morals, off at this stage. She was born in 1994, racing now in the women's solo. What a great start for her.
Yeah, a great start. Not an easy one, though. Again, that white water rushing through the boat at exactly the wrong moment, but they've managed to keep the boat under control. Just catching the first turning mark with the blade of her right-hand oar there, momentarily loosening it from her grip, but she seems to have got the boat moving again. We can still see there's a tiny little bit of white water out there, where we've got the breeze starting to really disturb the surface of the water, certainly towards the end of the course, where those two turning marks that bring the rowers across the course and then back to the beach. We're going to see if that starts to move its way in, but I think we are about to see the ocean start to come alive and really up the heat on the course. Well, a really challenging start there for Lucy Renault-Liat from Israel. A big wave picking the boat and turning it at 45 degrees to the course. The boat handlers, though, full commitment, holding on, trying to keep it steady, even if they were underwater themselves. And now powering back out towards that second of the slalom marks. Got to be left to the right-hand side of the boat before making their way to that turning mark. That's our final rower of the day, down the beach, ready to get in the boat and up towards course.
Yes, Corey, we've got Violante Lama from South Africa now racing the women's solo as the first event for her, as the first opportunity at international level with South Africa. She's now racing in the women's solo, but she has a big dream. I was talking to her the other day, and she want to be in the top 16, and by the looks of it, she's pushing really, really hard to get what she wanted.
Pushing hard, but making sure she gets all the navigation right. So important to make sure you leave all of these turning marks and the slalom marks to the correct side of the boat. Big time penalties for those that don't. The boat handlers on the beach go straight into navigation mode, trying to give any input they can to the athletes to make sure that they can look back and know which direction they need to be getting the bows of the boat. That breeze, though, you can see started to fill in on that second half of the course, out to sea. It'll be interesting to see how that affects the boats. These light boats can be so affected by a crosswind. So we're not expecting a crosswind, but at the moment the wind really hasn't worked out what it's doing. At some points it's blowing out to sea, some points blowing in from the sea. It might end up with some really localized effects today. So that is going to be something to keep an eye on. And those that can get dialed into the conditions early and use it to their advantage will be the ones we see excel out here on these beach sprints.
And jumping off the water at the end of the race is getting really, really complicated, but the rowers are managing super well now. So what an incredible finish there from Denmark. We still have Israel and South Africa. 2 more crews to go to finish the time trials of the women's solo.
We'll head down there. That's what's great now. And then there's a 15-minute gap, so it might be a chance to use the gap.
In chiusura con l'ultima singolista in gara, questo ci permetterà di concludere i time trials del singolo femminile. And now we got the last scala here in this time trial is South Africa, Violante Lama crossing the line now.
After this is coastal mixed double sculls.
Down to recap. Sort of stand here. Say,
Yeah.
see us,
Yeah.
like, how exciting is that? We're underway. The link go.
Right, should we jump in? Should we do it? Let me know when we can go. Wow, look at all of you wonderful people. Can you see us up there? Hello. Beach Sprint fans, fantastic to have you in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And good morning. Competition is well and truly away. My name is Gemma Kerr. I'm hosting alongside the wonderful Luca. Hello, Luca.
Hi Gemma, e buongiorno, buongiorno, buongiorno!
So, just in case you don't know, we are here at the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, and it is already epic. We've had the time trials kicking off with the men's solos and then the women's, and it's given us a real flavour for what we can expect for the rest of the weekend. We've had waves, we've now thankfully got sun, we've had all sorts of conditions out there.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. We had 46 colors in the men's solo, 37 in the women's solo. They all raced, they had wonderful time. They started recording some data, of course, some timing. We saw a lot of smiles, and that's what we want.
Absolutely. And the reason so many nations are here for this weekend and so many athletes is, of course, beach sprint is a wonderful sport to be a part of, but also it is going to be featuring in the LA 2028 Olympics. So this is a great opportunity for people to really get prepared, get in the mood and have their sights set on that final Olympic prize a little bit later on. But do you know what? There was a sense of tension this morning when we had the start of the time trials,
yeah.
because not only are they important to get through into that last 16 tomorrow, but also for some of these athletes, this is the first time that they've actually been out on this body of water and experienced the conditions and the course. Isn't that right?
Oh yeah, for most of them it's the first time, but also I can see a lot of athletes transitioning from classic rowing into beach sprint. We got Jackie Kiddle here, she was in Paris, what an amazing opportunity to see next to her. But we got some Olympic champion on that side from the Netherlands, like I would love to sort of talk to all of them. I can't wait until we start interviewing all of those major magic rowers here on the beach in Genoa.
That is such a good point, Luca. We have Olympians in our midst here on the beach in Genoa. Incredible stuff. And as I say, the sun is shining, so we're going to get some festival vibes going on. You probably have already heard DJ Cavell on the decks, getting the vibes going. So big shout out to you, DJ Cavell. Yes, loving your work, sir. So feel free to get dancing, people. If you've got flags, get them waving. We've got Spain up here, Team Spain. Very well represented. Who else do we have here supporting? We've got, yeah, is that Australia? Yes, Team Australia. Team Australia in the house. Who else have we got? I saw some Croatian flags. Team Croatia. Beautiful work. Do we have any Italians here,
Well,
Luca?
I'm sure we got a lot of Italians here, and of course a lot of people from Genoa. They will stop on Corso Italia that are going to support all the Italians racing here. We've seen an Olympic champion racing, Federica Cesarini. We are about to see Federico starting in the mixed double. So a lot of Italian competing here, and I'm sure a lot of Italian supporters as well.
Wonderful stuff. And you'll also be joining Scotty on the commentary as well. So while racing's going on, if you are new to the sport, you can get a feel for what's going on out there on the water. And worth mentioning, so the run for the day, we're all about time trials today. It's all about the time trials. And each athlete is going to try and get the best possible time so they can make the cut into the last 16 tomorrow. And then obviously the quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals to follow. So it is crucial today. They need to go for it, don't they?
Yeah. Today is the day. If you run a race tomorrow, you have to record the best time today to be in the best 16 and then keep rowing towards your dreams and the medals that will be given out tomorrow and Sunday.
And they get one chance, don't they? One chance to get out there and set the best time.
Yeah, they got one chance and they have to sort of grab it. But let's switch into Italian now, and of course a bit of a rap in Italian. Giriamo anche un po' in italiano, ovviamente, essendo la nazione ospitante. Una giornata straordinaria, magica, stiamo vedendo dei momenti straordinari per molti di questi atleti. È la prima volta sull'acqua, campioni olimpici, medagliati olimpici sulla spiaggia di Genova a cimentarsi nel beach sprint che entrerà nel mondo di Los Angeles a partire dai giochi del 2028. Non vediamo l'ora di vedere tutte le azioni. Genova è perfetta questa mattina, ieri ci aveva davvero fatto preoccupare, oggi le migliori condizioni. Un grazie a tutti i volontari e al personale che sta davvero regalando una giornata straordinaria. Questo è il beach sprint, questo è Genova e questo è il lavoro che tante persone si sono riuscite a mettere in gioco per regalando un sorriso e un'immagine di un'Italia perfetta, pronta ancora una volta a conquistare il cuore del mondo.
Luca, as you mentioned earlier, coming up next is the coastal mixed double sculls. So that's what we're going to see on the water next. And already we can see some athletes warming up, getting limbered up here on the beach. So worth talking about the all-important sprint, because competition starts here on the beach. They've got to sprint down to the boat, get in the boat, which is a lot a lot harder than it sounds. Then of course they've got to row the course 250 meters and then sprint back to the buzzer here on the beach. So let's talk about the sprint. It's tough out there. I don't know if you've ever run on sand. This is a little bit shingly, but it still zaps the legs. So they need to be strong. They need to get as fast a start into that boat as possible. And of course, there's a little bit of luck because it depends what the waves are doing here on the shore as to how good a start they'll get on the water.
Yeah, that's an essential part, of course, but also the water stretch and how fast you can get, of course, to get the best time. But to hear all the technical data and technical details, why don't we involve one of our best athletes here? Jackie, why don't you come and join us?
Let's have a cheer for New Zealand, everybody. Well represented here today.
Hey, Jackie, come in the middle. So, from Paris to here to Genoa, you're about to start. What makes you really excited?
I'm just really excited to be back on the beach. It's a very different environment from Paris, but it's a really fun one, and it's always a bit of a beach party, so that's the kind of draw for me, and just to be here is amazing. And
there will be, sorry for interrupting, but we have to delay the start till 11:15 because of the waves. So next start for the mixed double sculls will be 11:15.
Thank you very much for that. So we've got A little bit of time, but do you know what? That's all the more time to soak up the tune, soak up the sun. And actually, I have a quick question, if you don't mind, because I'm desperate to get into the minds of athletes here. And I've got to say, I was watching the starts earlier this morning with the big waves coming in. Forgive me if this is a naive question, but what is that feeling before you set off? Is there anticipation? How do those waves make you feel before you start your sprint into the boat?
I definitely remember last year watching the sets come in and thinking, oh, that one's going to be an interesting entry. I think, yeah, for us for me, running is not part of my normal training for rowing. So for me, I'm just focusing on the run, and then when I get to the boat, that's the next process, and I'll handle that when I get to it. But yeah, there's definitely a lifted level of anxiety just to get into the boat here.
And that's the start. Let's quickly touch on the finish. So you're talking about the sprint. I've seen what looks like slight jelly legs. Is that the case when you jump out the boat?
To be honest, I don't jump out the boat that often. That's why Matt's in the bow, because he's a bit better than me. But absolutely, I think by the time you've finished, like, you're exhausted by the time you get to the beach. And so to go from a rowing motion to get your legs to do something else, everybody's sort of wobbling all over the place. So it does get very tricky.
And being the athlete that isn't doing the running, what do you give any encouragement, any last words as they jump out the boat, or how does that normally work?
I usually just yell, run.
That's as good as you can get, really, isn't it? The best advice. Fantastic. Thank you for that. Luca.
Yeah, well, again, we can't wait to start again. The races have been delayed. Maybe we say that in Italian as well. Le gare sono state posticipate. La prossima partenza è alle 11:15, quindi non possiamo aspettare che il prossimo start confermato alle ore 11:15. So we have now to wait the next start. The race has been delayed. Next start is 11:15.
11:15. Okay, well, look, at least you know the timings, you know the schedule. You've got a little bit of time to swat up if you're new to the sport. Get posting on the socials as well. We'd love to have you involved in the conversation. Find out who you are here to support. But for now, sit back and enjoy the banging tunes from DJ Cavell.
Si parte dal doppio mix.
Did I talk too much and not give you enough time for...
That's all right. Yeah, maybe a little bit, but that's all right.
exactly. It's in 5,000 up there, and there was like literally 5 people.
Step out of the rush actually speeds up. see, you'll see.
And where does she live?
Hobart.
So, right. Oh, mate.
My son's just started music production at Brighton.
Oh, is it good?
In Ben, yeah.
Yeah, nice. That's really good.
Well, Ben's actually closed in Brighton.
Still on the same scheme.
This one is
I
really
love
good.
that. So both of the children follow
some lasers out. Just that bit there. I think it's coming down where it's flatter in the valley there. Yeah. And then there's a lot less pressure here. It's just sucking it. Which is good because it's cross like there's some good old guts coming on the last 30. That's being what's going to make it. Everything up there?
To be honest, you could do it voice of God. Okay. Do it voice of God.
Stay up there. We do it here. Do a recap of what's coming up, the timing. Next would be the mixed double sculpt. Just don't ever ask for a cappuccino. Okay. Yep. 50. You do it. Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the 2024 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, and we are just 15 minutes away from our next set of time trials, starting with the coastal mixed double sculls. So 15 minutes from now, the action will be going on the water. Lots to look forward to. And of course, as ever, don't forget to use our social media platforms and use our hashtags. Get involved in the conversation. Hashtag WR Beach Sprints, hashtag WRBSF. We're on all the good socials, Instagram, Facebook, X, you name it. And yes, we've got lots to look forward to. A little bit faster this time than the solos. We've got the doubles taking to the water And I think the conditions will be a little bit calmer than they were this morning. So it should be a pretty pacey time trial. What do you reckon, Luca?
Yeah, you're exactly right, and we can't wait to see all the actions on the water here in Genoa. Ben ritrovati a tutti voi, siamo pronti per ridare il via ufficiale al nostro programma del Time Trials. Ripartiremo con il doppio mix, si partirà da questa grande sfida, abbiamo lasciato alle spalle il singolo sia maschile che femminile, si riparte da questa specialità, le condizioni sono nettamente migliori rispetto a questa mattina, non vediamo l'ora di vedere tutta l'azione in gara, ma soprattutto la vostra partecipazione. Continuate a seguirci, continuate a stare con noi e andate ovviamente a postare sui social ufficiali utilizzando gli hashtag World Rowing che vi permetteranno di rimanere connessi con noi e, perché no, le vostre foto dovrebbero anche uscire sui nostri social ufficiali, oltre che ai LED wall alle spalle e sulla spiaggia. Meno di 15 minuti alla partenza ufficiale.
okay to chat for some time? I've got like 2 minutes. 2 minutes. You've only got 2 minutes. So it needs to be quite quick.
And back on the beach here, Gemma, and we've got our first guest, Laura from Great Britain.
Yes, we do. Laura Mackenzie, representing Team GB. First of all, we've got obviously the coastal mixed double sculls coming up. How are you feeling ahead of your time trial?
Yeah, I'm feeling just super relaxed, quite chill, trying to stay relaxed, obviously with the changing of times and stuff like that, just like keep a cool head and what will be sort of thing. But yeah, feeling very prepared, so.
Were you watching the conditions from this morning?
Yeah, like we've just looked at the conditions. Yeah, it's been really not too bad, obviously not like yesterday, so yeah, that makes us feel good as well.
And we were just chatting earlier, and you said that you got into beach sprints about 3 years ago. What was it about the sport that made you think, right, I want to transition?
I guess like when I was a kid, I did a lot of athletics and other sports. I wasn't necessarily just a rower, so I didn't, it was just like a mix of running and rowing, which kind of a bit more dynamic, exciting and stuff like that, so.
That is a very good description of beach sprints. Dynamic, exciting. It absolutely is. I know that you're due on the water imminently, so I'll let you go. But Laura, thank you very much indeed. Laura Mackenzie, everybody.
Thank you, Laura. We can't wait to see you racing in less than 5 from now. So we are about to restart again.
Yes, we are. So don't go anywhere. Keep your eyes on the water. It's going to be incredible out there. Time trials coming up.
5 minutes from now, 5 minuti alla partenza ufficiale. Vedete anche la giuria si sta riposizionando. Questo significa che stiamo per partire. All the umpires and the judges are about to reset. So that means 3 minutes from now.
Go, go, go. They won gold in the men's quad in Paris. Italy got silver. Like, it was a big deal there.
Which nation was that, sorry, that got gold?
The Netherlands.
Netherlands.
Netherlands won like, I don't know, 5, 6. Can't remember.
Okay, so I guess that's something we need to establish again for tomorrow. So, like, when in our ears, is that right? You've got 2 minutes, you've got or 3 minutes, you've got 2 minutes. When do we need to like officially stop talking and get out? Like, 1 minute.
Did you hear the wrap it up? We knew we had 2
Yeah, I
minutes,
heard the
didn't
wrap
we?
it up.
Yeah.
Well, depends on the race. Like, generally, for the race where we did, like, the official race, one by, like, let's say, when we start racing, now we are time trial, like, okay, when there is a medal, in that specific part of the program, when we start from quarterfinals, then we go into semi-finals, then we go into the big final, then to the A final. All those set of races, we can interview between 3 minutes and 1 minute. We got 2 minutes between that call.
I don't say last question or like got to wrap it up now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's yeah, so. Yeah, so what saying 25 minutes to race it was, and he said 3 minutes to stay. Well, I thought it was 15:15, it was 11 when he said that. So I was a bit confused about that. So
I said 5 minutes, and he said 3 minutes,
no,
so I changed it.
yeah, okay.
But I was keeping
What's going on there? You're going to count me into what?
Some of them, I don't know the names, and the people afterwards well enough. Let's say
And we off again. This is the mixed doubles call with the first crew on the water is the New Zealand combination, Jackie Kittle and Matthew Dunham. They're racing now for their best time, and what an amazing start from New Zealand. They decided to start super fast, and they are now on the water. So over to our wonderful colleague, Scotty, over to you.
Well, super fast start and probably a super fast race the whole way through, I imagine we'll see from that pair. Again, the surf still breaking fairly heavily on the beach. They had a bit of a job getting themselves in the boat and out, but it seems to be there's not big sets rolling in behind the breaking waves at the moment. It may have slowed down a little bit, so once they were clear of that breaking wave, then they are out. However, we have got the wind at play on the course now. We have seen the water come alive, the dark shadows of the breeze rolling across, particularly down the far end of the turning point. 250 metres out from the shore, but that is the pair from GBR now underway. Laura McKenzie and Sam Scrimgear powering out through that wave. Again, a nice bit of flat water for them, but we are going to be keeping a really close eye on how the wind is going to affect these bigger boats. More windage, more power to handle it if they can judge it right though.
E se da un lato abbiamo visto una partenza esplosiva della Nuova Zelanda, sul percorso c'è la Gran Bretagna che abbiamo appena intervistato con Laura McKenzie. Ora è il momento dell'Italia con Silvia Trippi, con Federico Ceccarino, una combinazione che da un lato fa battere il cuore a Genova, dall'altro a tutta Napoli, con Federico Ceccarino insieme in corsa. Sono su una boa questi gli azzurri in gara.
Yeah, that was a fast and furious start there from the Italian pair. Big wave lifting the back of the boat up. I saw the Italian rower have to jump, get his legs in the air to try and hop his way clear of the surf. They only just cleared the first turning mark to the right side, but from where I was looking, the hull of the boat did go the right side of it. Now got the New Zealand boat finishing. Matthew Dunham, a fast sprinter we've seen before, up the beach and across the line now. The surf here presenting challenges for the start as well as the finish. I think this is going to be a really exciting set of time trials to watch. These bigger boats leaping off the back of the waves, crashing down. That will present real challenges for everybody to stay in their seats. The impacts on the back of these waves can be enough to unseat the rowers. So far though, everybody handling it with ease as the team from GBR back towards the beach now.
Ed ecco quindi la Gran Bretagna che approccia la spiaggia, si prepara a concludere il percorso, ma in gara c'è la Francia, la Norvegia, anche le azzurre. And it's now Laura McKenzie storming home, running towards the finish line and stopping the chrono right now. Welcome back, welcome home. What an amazing performance there. No way in this tradition here. Again is the fifth crew racing, and I really like to see this transition from classic rowing into beach sprint for Norway. But now it's time to look on the other side of the course. Italy is getting home right now, so let's switch into Italian. Abbiamo l'arrivo dell'Italia oramai in chiusura. Bellissima l'azione di Silvia Trippi e Federico Ceccarino sono in questo momento sulla spiaggia. Inizia la corsa, una traiettoria più lunga per loro, e Silvia Trippi a correre, lei che vola verso il traguardo, classe 97, ferma il cronometro, prova archiviata per gli azzurri. Big supporter for France, who just crossed the line, but now it's time to look into the next race. And again, another race that we can't miss. United States of America, Corey Roger, Christine Cavallo, coached by Mark Oira.
Well, there is excitement on both sides of the course here, boats finishing and starting on the same wave. Fantastic job for the rower there from Norway across the line with a really tricky landing. I think a harder time it's had for the USA though. Christine Cavallo on her way down, completely wiped out, taken off her feet by a wave as she made her way down to the boat. The boat handlers and Corey Rogers there in the bow, having their work cut out to try and keep the boat steady. Boat handlers trying to anchor the stern of the boat to stop it getting swept back up the beach. Rogers in the bow, using his oars to try and keep the boat straight and manoeuvre it. But they are underway, fast and furious pace after a fast and furious start. The waves here really causing some excitement.
Well, definitely not an easy start here, as Scotty said, but the United States of America managed super well. Una partenza importante, bellissima la partenza per gli Stati Uniti. Alla chiusura invece c'è la Spagna con DJ Covel. Great job for Tunisia as well. Khadija Krimi, Guide Kadri, and now it's time for Japan. They're about to start. What a start for Japan, Scotty. It's not an easy one for them to jump on board, but on the finish line we've got the United States of America. Corey Rogers trying to push really hard on this wave, fast and furious home, storming home.
Absolutely, a really difficult start there from the boat from Japan. They had two waves break through, one just as the runner was about to get in the boat, and the other when they were all still trying to get in their seats. That was really difficult from everyone involved there to do it. The team from the US coming up the beach now. Corey Rogers, a fast sprinter up through the sand after a difficult landing across the line now.
Well, look at out there. Spain is really going super fast. That's maybe the secret is the name. Under Martin, Esther, Britz, Zamorano are now really far. And look at out there. What an amazing performance. Under Martin, one of the legends in Costa Rowing Beach Sprint. Didn't push the bottom the first time. I can't believe it.
No, you're quite right, Luca. You've got to get that button pushed. It's not about crossing the line. It is the time to the buzzer. So important to hit the buzzer as soon as you possibly can. We've got a couple of big sets coming in here now, though. The swell picking up often comes in threes, and yeah, it looks like three big waves rolling through the course now. That breeze having come into play further towards the beach, we can really see the sea state, the top of the surface of the water changing as the wind comes across. It seems to be going from that northerly blowing out to sea to then hooking around and coming in from the right-hand side of the course, accelerating in from the water round to the right and across the course. And it's that crosswind that we can see cause real difficulties for navigation. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that to see how it develops. Well, as Japan start to bring their boat back in towards the beach, I can just see the water behind them building. They're going to be watching that come at them and see if they can keep the boat on that wave and ride it as far up the sand as possible. As you see there, just ahead of the water, the bow gets pushed down. They're both out of the boat. Look, they're both going to run for a moment there. But that bow rower is out of the seat and up towards the sand. These beach landings so difficult unless you're in the exact right bit of that wave.
And what a start for Belgium. Now that's the time, that's their own opportunity. Frederick and Moira are storming away, and it's got a different start for them. They had clear water to get out.
Clear water indeed, which is what you want for that quick quick and efficient start. You don't get to choose that start moment though, so it is often just what the ocean gives you. It either gives you an opportunity or takes it away, and we see that further out to sea as well when they row into the breeze, whether they could dial into how that's affecting the boat and make sure that they don't get pushed too far off course. They don't want to get pushed too far away from the buoys and have more meters to row back up to the centre line of the course, or even worse, get pushed down the wrong side of the buoy and then have to either take the penalty or row back to pass it the correct side, both of which would be disaster. That's the pair from Latvia out towards that first turning mark with another really nice start. The conditions having settled down for a moment there, and Romeo Mendes and Danielle Strode will be happy for that and glad to have had an easy break off the beach so they can focus on putting the power down and trying to get the best time possible as they slalom out to that turning mark into the windier conditions out towards the end, across to the second turning mark at the end, and then back towards the beach, where we have now got the pair from Belgium coming in, just trying to ride that last swell all the way up. They want to try and keep the bow pointing as true as possible. If they end up too far to the side, they've got to run back out towards the flag as we see now. Those extra meters up the sand, they're going to feel every one of those extra meters that come up towards the line now.
Continuano le partenze esagerate qui. Ancora la partenza della Germania che segna il pettorale numero 13. 13 imbarcazioni oramai hanno gareggiato con ottime condizioni, bellissime le formazioni, tra gli altri anche gli azzurri, Tripice e Carino, in attesa di avere i tempi ufficiali. Le partenze continuano e lo spettacolo qui a Genova continua. And now is Ukraine time, started order. Here is the 14th crew here in Genoa in the mixed double scull. Il 14esimo equipaggio abbiamo voltato pagino Mikola Maruz, Dariana Vergogliot in gara nella specialità del doppio mix, Artem Morozov l'allenatore di questa formalità. Intanto noi ci spostiamo anche con la partenza del 15esimo equipaggio, sarà la Finlandia. Finland on one side, Latvia on the other, crossing the line now, so a lot of racing here.
A lot of racing here indeed, Luca. Again, the time trials, always something to look at. We've got the boats getting ready on the beach. We've got those on their way out, those across the turning marks, and those coming back for a landing. That looked like a really, really close moment there for the pair from Finland in getting the right side of that buoy. Looked good for me though. You can see the boat handlers urging the hull of that boat just to the right, just another tiny bit, but it looked like they've managed it. That breeze in play here, I think pushing people right to left across the course a bit, so those that can get in tune with how it's affecting them further out on the course are going to be the ones that give away the least metres to that centre line and the shortest distance out to that turning point at the end. 250 metres out across and then 250 metres back.
The racing pony, the Austrian racing pony. We're jumping back into our program. Is Lithuania racing now? So we can see them racing at the moment, but approaching the beach is Ukraine. Perfect landing there. Great conditions. Bit of a run to stop the chrono. Are they going to be in the top 8?
Wait, we will see once they're across the line. Those times of the buzzer will get displayed later. At the moment though, we're all going to have to wait and see, and everybody's just got to put their best effort into the water. Those first 8 boats going straight through into the head-to-head racing, everybody else going forward into more time trials. So they'll all find out what lies in store for them later with those times.
Arrivi, partenze, la voglia di continuare a divertirsi. Questa è Genova, il campionato del mondo di beach sprint in gara. Ora abbiamo da un lato l'Irlanda, in chiusura la Finlandia, a breve parte l'Australia, poi l'Austria con 17 e 18. Attenzione, pronti a seguire questa sfida. And so Australia is off storming, and I can see this Australian combination pushing really, really hard. I'm sure Spencer Turin or the Olympians here for the Australian team are giving perfect tips to all the others. But now, Scott, is one of those races that you don't want to miss. Is Yuri now stroking for Austria, the mixed double scull.
Absolutely, won't want to miss that. The bow lifting high as they crash out through the surf. Yuri, a legend around the beach at this event. In the stroke seat there, they are powering at fast and furious pace. The Australian pair before, though, looked like they ran a really, really nice first leg out. They had their navigation absolutely spot on, clearly well aware of what the conditions were doing to the boat. They were the first boat I've seen for a while clip that second slalom mark with their left-hand oars not giving any meters away there. Everybody else having been pushed a little bit wide, so they are clearly very in tune with the conditions. That breeze picking up there, we can start to see those gusts come across the water. Really gusty, really shifty, so ever-changing out on the water.
Now it's time for Ireland to get on and finish off this race, and I'm sure all the crowd from Ireland is about to support this wonderful combination, especially our colleague Niamh Hayes, who just arrived. She'll be live on the broadcast tomorrow and Sunday, so don't miss her. But she has a heart in Ireland, of course, so she was really pleased to see this combination home.
Yeah, Yeah, but all eyes now on the pair from Australia. They're having a bit of a moment, just got caught up. Bow started to face in towards the wrong side of the course, but they seem to have recovered that really, really well and just got ahead of a bit of a wave coming in. Rode it all the way to the end before they got their feet on the sand and across the line. That's a really, really nice way to finish there. If you could just let the boat and the water do the work for you, ride that wave as far up the beach as possible, not jump out too early, then we get really, really fast times with those that can do that.
Aussie, 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 that's what we say. And now we move into the next, and it's one of those races that you don't want to miss. I can't really wait to see two brothers, two gold medalists from Paris racing together. Finn Florin and Caroline Florin racing together in this mixed double scull. What an amazing family. I would love to talk about their dad as well. Not sure if I've got time. And off we go with this golden family from the Netherlands. Finn Florin and Caroline Florin, two wonderful athletes here racing. And I'm sure the dad is really proud. It's a golden family. They all been part of the Olympic program. They've all been gold. And now they just won gold in two different events in Paris. What an amazing start there, Scotty.
Yeah, fantastic start. They had a perfect moment between the sets coming in. Managed to handle it really, really well. The boat flying out for the first section down to that first slalom point there. Looking like a good pace. We'll see now they're rowing into that breeze though. We can start to see the white water on the second half of the course. About 100, 150 metres out. We'll see how quickly they can correct for that. They don't want to overcorrect. Can't go the wrong side of any of these boys. But they don't want to give any metres away. Look like they have handled it really, really well. Passing that second slalom mark right down the side of the boat, the correct side of the boat, heading out towards the ever-increasing wind. Really gusty out there. You can see the spray coming off the bow of the boat, coming off the blades. So they'll be looking to make sure that they get that last turning mark. Looks like, I'm not quite sure whether they made it or not. Look like there was a momentary hesitation. I'll have to see whether they are coming around. No, it looks like they think they've made it, so they're coming around to the other side of the course, then back towards the beach.
Is anything coming through on this?
And now it's time for Grace. This combination caused by Nicolas Gontolas now off and again they go big wave to go through, but look at out there, the Netherlands, they collapse and they now have to swim to get the best time. They both jumped out from the boat, so now they have to run all the way to cross the line. Was not an easy finish for them, but Finn Florin managed to come home and cross the line right now.
Yeah, that was an incredibly fast time out on the water, I think, there, Luca. But coming in, that big wave that was starting to cause so many problems there for the Greek team, managed to just get clear of it at the start on the right-hand side of the course. They did not get clear of it on the left. The team from the Netherlands there getting picked up, and the boat rolled over to the right-hand side, tipping both of the rowers out. But the one runner up the beach, the other one making sure they get the boat back under control.
Yeah, and they did. You are exactly right, Scotty. What an amazing finish for them. But of course, a lot of action on the water, and we can't wait to the next crew coming home. Non possiamo aspettare la prossima regata, al prossimo arrivo. In partenza c'è la Croazia, Mato Brandt, Martina Kajik. In chiusura ancora una volta i colori della Cina, Yale Zhang, Zhuping. Calm, stable, and off we go. That was it for Poland.
Calm and stable on the right, though. It is looking exciting on the left as team from Greece bring it in. They got really lucky with the wave on the way out again, but it looks like they have got a different sort of wave on the way back in again. The bow of the boat getting pushed down into the beach, the stern lifted up, broaching the boat and over, but he managed to get clear and up the beach without too much problem there. Well, that's the pair from Brazil underway. Again, having a really nice moment, bringing it out from the beach. Probably not the same for Croatia, though. Getting picked up by a wave, slipped out the seaward side of the boat, a little bit further distance to make a run back up the beach again. The boat handlers, though, making sure they got that boat back under control as quickly as possible so the team can focus on getting it ready for the next time trial. Such a frenetic pace of activity here on the beach with the boats, as soon as they finish one time trial, getting rotated round, reset and ready to go straight back out again. There is no let up on the activity out here.
What a sprint for Alfonso Duarte Costa, pairing with Patricia Batista from Portugal. They off now, but what a wave to jump, Scotty!
Absolutely, Luca, and they'll be pleased that they jumped it and it didn't jump them. They managed to get the bow up and over just in time. The pace is on. As soon as you're in the seat, you've got to power out and try and get clear, because it can be really, really problematic if you don't clear that breaking white water as soon as you're out of the boat handlers. However, with Patricia Batista in the bow, she rode earlier on in the Coastal Women's Solo time trial, which means that she will already been well acquainted with the conditions out here and realise the importance of getting clear of the surf as quickly as possible, and they've certainly done that, already coming past that second slalom point into the windier conditions out towards the back end of the course. However, they look like they're handling it really well, pointing that bow up to the right hand side of the course to compensate for the wind. Looks like it's blowing across right to left at the moment. Much gustier conditions out there. They won't going to get pushed down on that turning mark. Nobody wants to miss that mark. Big time penalties if you miss the marks down at the end.
And now is walking towards the future. This new young combination from Egypt, Omar El Komati, Hanna Esboki. They were both 21 years of age when they entered. They want to be in LA. We were talking to them just earlier, and of course they've been practicing on the Red Sea, trying to get the best out of here, and looks like Egypt is really managing this double.
Absolutely, Luca, but very different conditions depending where you've been training. Everything's different. The sea state, the potential wind, even the density of the water will affect the performance and what you're used to, which means if it's your first time out on the course in these waters, there is so much adjustment to be made. But as we've seen time and time again, it is how quickly you can adjust to the conditions you've got out here. And the people that make that adaptation the quickest manage to get really, really good times in this event. The team from Portugal there playing an absolute masterclass on how to run the wave all the way into the beach. They sensed that they were just on top of a wave, and you could see them up that stroke rate and put the power down to keep that pace, keep right on top of that wave, and they rode it the whole way into the beach. The boat under control the whole time. That was really, really nicely done. Maybe the experience on the water early in the day already starting to pay off for the team.
Well, they're definitely paying off at this stage, at least for Romania. Florin Bogdan and Roxana Ang, they were both in Paris and they are now racing here. They're transitioning from the classic rowing into coastal. But look at out there, Egypt needs to turn a bit.
They certainly do, Luca. It looks like they've been caught out by that crosswind we were talking about. Certainly looking stronger down towards the end of the course, which means you've got to make that turn at that second turning mark and start to compensate. They are rowing right out towards the exclusion zone. There's 3 red buoys to the left-hand side of the course, and they mark a no-go zone. Any boats that make their way into that will have penalties applied. There's rocks over there, so for safety reasons, that is an exclusion zone that the boats are not allowed to enter. It looked like they've just about managed to make that turn in time, though, and started to come back into the beach. However, if you think the extra distance they'll have rowed out towards the left-hand side of the course and back in again won't be in their favour, so they'll be working hard to make up that lost time and make it a quick time as they sprint up the beach.
And let's see who is going to run. Is Omar jumping off at the moment, and he was really focused. He was jumping on the right, but then turned on the left, and now stopping the time. What an amazing performance for Egypt with Omar El Komati.
Showing you really have to be ready for anything up until the last second. You've got to be used to and practiced in dismounting the boat on either side. If you get picked up and spun down to the left, you've got to be ready to jump out the left, that side nearest the flag, or whatever side of the boat is not about to come on top of you. So you really have to be ready for anything. On the fly, adaptation required to do well in this.
And what a start from Cyprus. They are really waiting for this wave to go through and then start throwing. A different technique for them.
Yeah, sometimes it's better just to let the wave go past and then get a really, really good clean start than to try and fight it. This event is all about making the water and the conditions work for you. If you try and fight the waves, fight the wind and fight the water, then it will just work against you. The ocean always wins. So those that can get in tune, sometimes you give a second to let the wave clear and then you get a really, really nice clean start. And I think that's what we saw there from the team from Cyprus.
Continuano gli arrivi, le partenze, siamo in chiusura con l'equipaggio numero 31, è la volta della Slovenia, Marco Bola e Pia Mosek da un lato in gara, in partenza in realtà abbiamo il Canada con il pettorale 32, tutto procede alla grande, si vola nel doppio mix.
Well, the team from Cyprus there, having brought it across the line, that really measured start for them. They carried that through, nice controlled landing and back to the beach. The pair from Canada out in the water at the moment, Aubrey Auburn, Sarah Pigeon, no stranger to coastal events, clearly well in tune with the conditions. They bring that bow back home, right towards the flag.
Welcome home, Canada. That was the end of the race. But now it's time. Oh la la, look at out there. We are starting with Israel now off with Danny Friedman, the legend of Israel rowing in the bow, and Lucy Reynolds and the stroke. They're officially off, Scotty.
They are indeed. Both these rowers, I think, have competed in the solo heats already this morning, so they are no stranger to what the water and this start has to offer. They had a really, really nice clean start there, nicely clear of the waves. That moment of flat water between sets just working perfectly to their advantage. Keeping that first mark down the left-hand side of the boat, they'll have to start bringing the bow down to the left bring the bow to port to clear the next mark down the right-hand side of the boat. Maybe they're staying high, expecting the wind that's up there to do the work for them, but the wind's still really, really unpredictable here. We are forecast to have nearly 30 knots of wind blowing from the north, blowing off the land and out to sea. That's certainly not what we're experiencing on the beach, though. It might be further out to sea, but on the beach it's all a lot more localised. We've got a bit of a crosswind coming across the course, right to left. Once you're further down out, that 250 metre point really affected by it, but there's a lot going on, highly, highly localised and really, really hard to predict until you're in it, out on the water.
Last start here in the mixed doubles girl is all for South Africa. Georgie deploying with Violante Lama, pairing with Violante Lama. Now off, but we can't wait to see Israel storming home now, exactly on a big wave here.
A big wave is whether they can hold it, whether they can keep the bow straight. It looks like they've sat just on the back of it, letting the wave roll underneath them at the last moment. That might have been a technique to make sure they didn't lose control of the boat. If you drop in off a wave at that point on the beach, there's a pretty high risk strategy and potential for it to go really, really wrong. So they've just let the wave sit just in front of them and just drop them gently back to the sand. Big wave here from the pair from Turkey coming in. It looks like they're going to get picked up, and the boat dump, the boat handlers with their work cut out. The rower completely underwater there, but she is back up and sprinting with no time to spare. Really, really difficult conditions, particularly if you beach the boat just ahead of a wave and then it comes in afterwards. Goes to show that sometimes you just get what the ocean wants to give you on these landings.
This sort of stuff.
Yeah. Will this be their first international?
I don't know if it's the first, but
Okay.
And our final pair there in the Coastal Mixed Double Sculls first time trial back on the beach. A really nice job of keeping the boat under control, letting the wave bring them back into the beach, across the line, bringing that time trial to a close. Starting shortly though, we have got Coastal Junior Mixed Double Sculls first time trial starting soon.
Hello, lovely to meet you. I'll take my sunnies off. How are you feeling?
I'm so excited to race. I've been waiting for this for a while, so.
Amazing. Brilliant.
Also Italy, so it's beautiful.
Yes, it is now.
Yes.
It is now. So should we both ask some questions?
We'll get you to step in. So if you wait here for now, so we do the announcement first. Yep. Okay. So do a quick wrap up of the racing. Exactly. That info. Yeah, we do a wrap. Yeah.
This we've just had the coastal mixed double skulls, haven't we?
Just finished with them.
Yes.
Okay, we stand by. 5 seconds. 4, 3.
So we have just concluded the coastal mixed double sculls, and what a thrilling time trial that was, my goodness. We had a real range of starts, waves to deal with, the currents. It was on the edge of your seat stuff, wasn't it, Luca?
Yeah, it was brilliant, and of course a lot more speed compared to the solo. Now they're racing in different combination. We really enjoyed it.
And it was interesting to see the strategy at play as well, where different athletes were placed in the boat, who they picked to do the sprinting. So we will have a chat with some of those athletes a little bit later on. But just looking ahead to the next competition, there is in fact a change of format now. This is due to the conditions. The finish will now be a water finish for the time trials of the Coastal Junior Mixed Sculls onwards. So that means that the crews do not race into the beach. Crews should come into the water in a controlled manner. So no beach finishes going forward.
Yeah, that's really important actually. Let's underline that in Italian as well. Abbiamo un cambio di format per le competizioni, questo è un annuncio ufficiale ed è molto importante per i partecipanti ma anche per tutto il pubblico, gli spettatori. A causa delle condizioni, la fine delle regate andrà conclusa in acqua, quindi da questa prossima gara in poi non si gareggerà più fino alla spiaggia, bisognerà rientrare in modalità controllata e la gara si concluderà quindi sull'acqua e non sulla spiaggia. Questo è molto importante e ovviamente ci auguriamo nella collaborazione di tutti. Back into English, we've got the next race coming up. We can't wait to see the under-19 mixed double scull. They're young, they're under 19, they are at their first international experience. I bet they're super excited, eh?
Absolutely, you can actually feel that atmosphere and feel that energy. They're raring to go. And in fact, let's bring in one of those under-19 athletes indeed. So representing Team USA, Britta, come on in. Thank you very much for joining us ahead of your competition. I believe you're second to go out, so not too long to go now.
Yes, I'm very excited to be racing in Italy. So much fun.
And how does it feel to be, obviously, international stage? You're here in Genoa, the conditions are interesting. What's the vibe like?
Honestly, I think everybody's just ready to race, and we're super excited that the conditions are wavy, and we've trained for it, so we're excited.
And how do you get that balance between control and boat speed, especially in conditions like this? That's the key question, I'm guessing.
Of course, it's honestly just practice, so we've been fortunate enough to practice in conditions like these, so we're ready.
And Luca, I believe you have some questions as well.
Yeah, I know, Bray, you are really, really in love with Italy. What do you like the most about Italy? What do you like the most?
Honestly, the people. Everybody here is so friendly, and I've been enjoying my time here.
Well, and we really wish you all the best and enjoy your race.
Loving that energy, loving that, you know, they just want to get out there. They just want to do it, which is fantastic. Luca, what can we expect to see out there from the under-19s?
Well, it's definitely a different race. They are going to race their best, but of course, we don't have that much experience on board, so they will be a lot more excited and also maybe a bit of anxious there. You know, it's their opportunity, it's their world champion.
Absolutely. And, you know, do you think that format, that change in format is going to reflect, you know, the mindset going into it without having the beach finish?
Not at all, actually. They sprint and storm home to stop the time as the best they can.
Amazing. Right. So we've heard from the athletes. Let's hear from the fans. Are you with us? Let's hear you. Yes, you are. Team Spain, you never let us down. Who else have we got out there? Hello, we see you. We can hear you down here, which means so can the athletes.
Yeah. But you know what we could do? We could do the first round of applause here in Genoa. Potremmo fare il primo grande applauso a Genova. We want to try?
Yeah, I think
No,
we can
wait. Is that too early? Is that too early? I count you in. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Yes.
Well, we've done it up there, but we can do it around here. Starting from Dario Femino and all the others. We do a big round of applause. Facciamo un grande applauso. We are going to do the beach round of applause. In 3, 2, 1, go! Thank you. Well, next one will be dancing. No, sure. Next one will be dancing, eh? I will. I promise you I will.
Ok, cool. Ci vuole il caschetto. Secondo me sì. Hai ragione. Poi ho avuto per una cosa da
That's good. The fan wall's up. Is that the fan wall, or is that just a? I suppose it's populated with professionals at the moment, but you could replace it with selfies. And
Get more people like.
well, they can't see it anyway, I guess, at the moment. But I definitely didn't hear it.
Because they're not trying to make Maltas, you might.
I couldn't hear you very well, so I don't know. I got some of your cues, but sometimes I could hear like the interference that you were trying to say something and then nothing. Yes. Maybe it was that because I've heard you up till now. Okay.
No, I think we can. I think that's fine. I think basically.
Yes, sorry about that. Yeah.
Ryan Connor? Yeah, sounds good. Are we supposed to run?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the countdown starts now. 3 minutes until competition. It's fast, it's unpredictable, it's epic. It's the Under-19 Mixed Double Sculls.
Abbiamo sentito la chiamata ufficiale e non vediamo l'ora di vedere l'azione in gara per il doppio Under 19 Mix. Meno di 3 minuti alla partenza. Siete pronti? Si vola! And I can really hear the support here from Great Britain. The first crew in this Under-19 Mixed Double Scull officially off. And what an amazing start, Scotty!
Yeah, certainly was, Luca. We've seen some of this swell start to pick up and put some bigger breaking waves right down on the beach. That 10 metres out from where the water's edge is, there's a big drop-off, and all of that swell rolling in from the seaward side is pushing up and dumping a lot of water, a lot of weight, and a lot of energy there. You can see that swell start to roll in from that first slalom mark, but past that first slalom mark, with a fast pace out to the second one, all important, leave it down the right-hand side of their boat, is that pair from GBR. A really, really nice start and looking like a beginning of a fast run for them.
È partita ufficialmente la grande gara, la grande sfida dei time trials del doppio Under 19 Mix. Abbiamo iniziato, aperto le danze con la Gran Bretagna, ora è il turno degli Stati Uniti d'America. And off we go, United States of America. Mark is there, the head coach is there supporting his crew, and of course about to swim again. It's not easy there.
No, not easy it isn't, Luca, but that's what makes it fun. There's a lot of swimming going on today from the boat handlers. There's so much water moving at the moment, and they are really giving it their all to give these athletes the best start that they can. At times you can see them pushing the boat off maybe earlier than they would want to, just to make sure that they get underway, but it looks like the first major navigational error of the course so far. That pair had just started to leave the buoy to the wrong side. They started to row down to the left-hand side of it. Boat handlers on the beach making them aware that that was not what they wanted to do. They caught it in time though, and they've managed to get back the correct side of it without having to do a full 360, so they will be digging deep to try and make up that lost time on the rest of the course.
Jumping on and off, jumping up and down, and that was it for Tunisia. That is now official racing.
Yeah, big wave there as they launched out, Luca. That bow lifting right into the sky and then dropping down on the back end of it. As we've seen before, there's enough energy in that landing and that impact to unseat even the most experienced rowers out on the water here. But they seem to have taken that in their stride and managed to get the boat underway, the correct side of that first mark. All important, these slalom marks, they've got to be left to the left, then the right, and then the left for the turning marks before that straight line, all about speed, right back to the beach.
But now I can't really wait to see Spain going out, and I can feel all the supporters that are now supporting this wonderful combination. Nicolas and Carmen, they are officially off and racing for the glory, and of course to get into the top 8 to then contest the next round. Una partenza straordinaria con la Spagna che si porta subito lì fuori davanti per trovare spazio, ma dall'altra parte ci sono i colori degli Stati Uniti d'America che chiudono con Maher e Votwich per questa seconda formazione in gara nella specialità del doppio Under 19 Mix. And off we go. Is France now leading, of course, these time trials. They just started and they are about to do their best to get the best time ever. Of course, was an easy start for them. No big waves, so that is an advantage.
Yeah, it's a massive advantage, Luca. If your start happens to coincide with the moment where you've got a bit of flatter water, it just means that the boat handling side of it is so much more manageable. You can take your time, get in your seat, get your feet in, get the handles of the oars in your hand and underway without being rocked. You know, the bow pointing 40, 45 degrees skyward is what some of these boats have to contend with. But if you get that nice moment where you get the flat, then you just have to try and take that advantage and carry it through the whole way the rest of the race. Well, the pair from Austria there after another tricky start. Those breaking waves not only affecting the boat, but the sprinter on their way out. Sometimes breaking wave just taking the legs out from underneath them, tripping them up. They're certainly battling the navigation a little bit more here with the crosswind. Looks like they had a big course correction to do. They're really hard to keep the boat speed up if you're making that many big turns. So they'll be looking to try and make up the lost time wherever possible. They're going to have to get the boat back under control. I wonder potentially whether they've had an issue on board. The fins at the back of the boat, so important for the directional stability of these boats. And if you've got any damage to the fin, then it can really affect the boat handling and performance. So they are going to have their work cut out if that is indeed the issue. Team from Italy, they're underway though. Luca, I feel like you may be best placed to tell us what's happening there.
Well, that's definitely A really tricky question there. We've got 3 crews on the course, but of course the main focus here for the local spectators is for Italy, because we are now the Italian combination, Lucio Cozzolino and Azzurra Severini, racing here in this event. And now it's time for Germany. Look it out there, Michael and Jessa from Germany, starting and managing to get out between the several waves that we've seen on the course. So is Germany now pushing hard, trying to get on top of the lead. And on the other side, we can see Austria storming on and stopping the time now with this new finish line.
As you say, Luca, a new finish line due to the conditions on the beach. The organisers have opted for a water finish, which means that there is an umpire on the pier to the right-hand side of the beach with a flag, taking a transit with another landmark on the far side of the course, the point at which the bow of their boat crosses that invisible line. The flag drops and the time is taken. That just means that the athletes don't have to race their way into the beach. They're able to really pick their moment, coordinate with the boat handlers, and just wait for a lull in the waves to bring the boat safely home. It just means that that landing is a little bit less energetic than some of what we've seen before, and just a safer way to get the boats back in again. But no luck on the right-hand side. We are still contending with the waves and the water as we are having a row out through the surf. So still all the excitement to look out for on the right-hand side of the course. Looking like a really nice start there from the pair from Ukraine. Navigation spot on to that first slalom mark. They're not leaving too much space between them. Just enough distance between them and it to clear it with the blades of the oar, bringing that bow down to port to start to make their way to the next slalom.
Perfect timing for New Zealand. That's now officially out. Jenson, McConaughey, Naomi Robertson started rowing there. And Germany, of course, finished the race. But New Zealand combination, trying superstar and, of course, storming away. What a perfect start for them.
Absolutely, Luca. Those sought-after flat conditions for a start, causing no drama and excitement on the right-hand side. Just a really nice, controlled, powerful start. They ran the correct side of that first mark. We often see people either leave enough space there to clear the mark completely and not touch it with any part of the oars or the boat, or they try and run the hull of the boat right down alongside it, letting the outriggers take the impact of the buoy itself. Those that manage to get the end section of their oars caught up on the mark sometimes get really knocked off pace and a little while to get going. So they either give a lot of clearance or try and run the hull of the boat right down it. There's no middle ground there.
Continuano le partenze, continuano le nostre corse, siamo con l'11ª formazione in gara, è quella della Nuova Zelanda con Naomi Robertson che sta cercando lì da capovoga di coordinare le operazioni, anche i giri di boa là all'esterno, le onde si fanno sentire, ma la potenza della Nuova Zelanda continua di fatto a controllare sul Perù, Ungheria, poi l'Australia con Canada, insomma una grande selezione per individuare le migliori formazioni che domani correranno per le medaglie in questa specialità del doppio mix. Before we go into the next race, I can't really tell you, Scotty, how much I love DJ Covell. It's really getting tricky out there, eh?
It certainly is, but tricky conditions are what everybody's been training for in this format. As we've said before, you just need so much varied skill set, a toolbox of coastal rowing skills and techniques to be able to navigate the water and the challenges that these beach starts throw at you. That the slalom, the fast turn, you know, there is so much to contend with. You have just got to be on your toes and changing at every moment.
Domenica Desan, Cesar Kroll here for representing Peru are officially off. And again, for them was a great start. They had the opportunity to find the way out, but the stroke had to stop a little bit. She lost the seat, but now she's back on track. So now she can start pushing really hard.
Yeah, there was a bit of a moment where the stern of the boat, the back end of the boat got a little bogged down on the beach, I think, just as the water retreated, just before they could get the boat moving, and the boat handlers had to pick them up, try and get the weight back on the bow, get the boat completely buoyant again and floating. So you can lose a second or two there as that happens. We can see here, though, another set of waves coming in. That could make things a very exciting start from the team from Australia, who are up next. They're going to have their work cut out, trying to keep that boat stable, try and not let the boat fill up with water. Looks like if they're quick, they're going to be able to get out before this next set comes in. Perfectly timed there, just able to get the boat moving and out before the next big set of waves come in and break. Such important timing there. You have got to get out before that white water comes and takes control of your boat.
Continuano le partenze, continua lo spettacolo. Genova sta entrando nel cuore del mondo intero con queste gare entusiasmanti che davvero vanno a colorare ogni singolo istante sull'acqua. In questo momento abbiamo l'Australia, ma non vediamo l'ora di vedere anche il Portogallo, poi il Canada. Sono già allineati, pronti a partire.
pair from Portugal there having a lovely start. They found that moment of flat water and they are making the most of it. A fast and furious pace out to that first turning mark, just leaving it just off the ends of their right-hand blade tips. They'll be bringing the bow down to port, start to adjust that course. A nice subtle adjustment, all that's necessary if they can hold it, to then do the same thing with the second slalom mark. Back up. We're often seeing people stopping the boat and making a really, really hard, sharp turn at the first turning mark, 250 metres out. You know, stopping, holding water with their right-hand blades, pulling hard with the left, getting the boat pivoted round, and then a wider, sweeping turn onto the straight for home after the second turning mark.
This is what we love. Beach Sprint is such a great event and we are really enjoying every single moment here. We are all up for it. We are now all for Canada. That's officially off. Una corsa straordinaria ed ora si vola anche qui dopo la partenza del Canada e la Turchia. Ora ci concentriamo anche sul Sud Africa, poi sarà la volta delle Bahamas con Cipro e il Giappone in una gara davvero straordinaria con il mondo rappresentato a Genova. And this is all for you, for South Africa. Alara Hen, Willem Crony, they are officially off, but the ball handler had a couple of problems there, and she fell into the water, so the rowers are trying to find a way to get out, and that means that they lost a bit of time there, Scotty.
They did, Luca. Such challenging conditions for the athletes and boat handlers alike, and they've got to be, you know, they are really supporting each other there to try and get everybody away as safely as possible. And sometimes just the waves that you get come in at the moment that your buzzer goes are not what you want and not favourable. Everybody did a fantastic job there, though, to keep each other safe and the boat as under control as possible, but it is not easy in coastal conditions, and you just got to row with whatever the ocean throws at you. So they're going to be trying really hard to make that time up. You can see that swell rolling in, and that second slalom point, 150 metres down from shore, already picking up, and once that gets towards the beach. The depth shelves upwards towards the beach, and all of that energy is just lifted up and up and up. And you can see as they roll in, the power in those waves will overcome any stability that the boat's already got, unless you've got it in exactly the right direction. So, you know, real testimony to the work of the boat handlers here, doing their job to keep everybody safe and everybody in such a competitive standing for this event.
And all this energy is for Bahamas. Tanay Manos, Alicia Anderley are officially off. They are on the water now. They are now racing for the best time. And of course, they want to represent the Highland Hot Bahamas. We really would love to get there one day.
Sure would, Luca. They had a bit of a rough time keeping the boat held still, and the bow rower got swept about a little bit waiting for the start, but in the end, when that buzzer went, it was some settled conditions and they were able to row out through flatter water, certainly for what they had 10 seconds before, and that really is all it takes. 5 or 10 seconds can be the difference between having almost flat calm to row out towards that first mark, or a complete roller coaster and washing machine of a sea state. Ideal start there for the pair from Cyprus. Enough flat water just to keep the boat stable for that entry, and then a little wave rolling in, just picking the stern up, lifting the stern where it was anchored on the beach, and making sure that that first stroke really made it count and got the boat underway. It is all about what the water decides to give you at that moment in time, and they'll be hoping to capitalise and double down on that little advantage off the beach and turn it into a really, really good time around those N2 turning marks and back across this virtual finish line.
And from the finish line to the start, we are about to see the Japanese combination starting. There will be the second last, then we move into Austria that is going to re-race because they lost their fins, therefore they can race again in this event.
When Austria goes, we'll go down there. Yeah. Just in case you need to do anything up here. Yeah, good. Like, we didn't really interview in Italian.
No.
Maybe we could
In Italian.
in English and Italian.
Okay.
Maybe with a bit of. Okay. I saw this guy here that I was targeting. That I can't really see now. So when we go down, we see. Should we go down and have a look? Yeah. Yeah. He won the world champion last year. So he won the world. That's good. So it's an Italian athlete who's the current world champion. Yeah, current world defending his title. And he want to defend his title, you know. So we're hoping to find him. Yeah, if we can find him, that will be
What's he the...
good. So, and he speaks a bit of English.
Well, that's the pair from Japan just getting underway now after a really difficult entry into the boat there. It was tricky for them. I think the runner just got tripped up on an oar that was underwater with that much white water. It's so hard to see what's going on. You've got the back of the boat pivoting around. You've got the blades under the water. Everybody trying to keep hold of everything, and the ocean trying to do what it can to throw it all in the wrong place. But it looks like they are getting back under control now, coming towards that first slalom mark of the 2 marks. They've got a slalom round on the way out to that turning point and then back in. Looks like that the wind's settled down a little bit further out on the course. Looks a lot less gusty than it was before, but the only people that truly know what it's like out there are those rowing it in the moment.
Cool. So what we'll do is we'll do a wrap up of the race that's just happened, and then we'll do the same. You call Lucio in.
Oh, okay. I call Lucio in,
and then at the end of the...
To ask the first question and then throw it to me to do with the flow like that?
After the interview, we'll just say Jake Val, a bit of a pause, and then we'll give it a few minutes, and then we'll do some height.
Okay.
Yeah? Yeah? Cool. Just cut it out a little bit.
Facciamo prima una chiusura, poi io ti chiamo, così entri in camera.
Well, the pair from Austria there just starting their rerun of an earlier race. As we said during their race, it looked like they might have lost a fin. The boat was obviously really hard to control in a way that made it seem that there was potentially an issue. And it turned out that indeed their fin was damaged on the launch, and that meant that the boat almost uncontrollable then. All so much directional stability given by that small fin at the back of the boat, keeping it tracking in what would otherwise be conditions where it skates around without that underneath the water. So they had the boat held a fair bit out to sea then, obviously not taking any chances second time around, and it's looking like a much sharper run for the pair now.
It's a long title, isn't it? And you just got to keep it in your head what it is.
Ed ecco l'ultimo equipaggio del nostro programma, lo stavamo raccontando a tutti gli amici internazionali, ma per beneficio ovviamente della comunità locale è importante dire che l'Austria sta gareggiando per la seconda volta perché per un errore tecnico aveva perso la deriva e quindi ha avuto la possibilità di gareggiare nuovamente. Sono là all'esterno, stanno dominando, stanno cercando di rincorrere uno dei migliori tempi in assoluto per trovare lo spazio e di inserirsi in quello che potrebbe essere ovviamente il tempo finale. But we can also see that there is a crew out of track at the moment. They have to push really hard. They have to pull with the left and then get into the finish line.
They certainly do, Loka. All the way off to the left of the course there, that no-go zone, which the rowers are not allowed to enter. They get shallow and rocky there, so it's there for safety. They've got to come back as straight down to the centre line of the course as possible. But that far out to the left, you can see there the safety boats making sure they know they need to get back in towards the middle of the course, just for everybody's safety. The surf there, unpredictable with loads of underwater hazards, so really important that they stick to that quickest line back to the beach, centre line, back past the marks, straight towards those flags.
As the world champ, how are you feeling? Or you want to ask that?
No, that's all right.
Maybe that's easy for him to answer that in Italian.
Okay.
Because it's mid, like, like he's from Sicily. So maybe that's more for you. Magic Sicily, and he's doing only coastal road.
Okay, stand by, guys.
Only coastal, only coastal.
Happy?
So that concludes the under-19 mixed double sculls, and Wow, that was quite epic. A little bit different as well to what we saw yesterday, this morning, wasn't it, Luca?
Yeah, we changed the finish line, so now they're finishing on the water. That was the first race, and the excitement was up there, and the races were excellent again. Wonderful condition for all of those athletes. I think they really enjoyed it, eh?
Absolutely, and it's quite funny to have the contrast because we're saying, with the change of the finish, so it's an on-the-water finish, much more controlled, the waves don't play as much of a part, but on the start line, it's a complete contrast, and it can be at times what looks like mayhem. But it's great because you can see the dedication of the teams, looking after the safety of the athletes trying to get into the boat, and then, of course, they've got the navigation to worry about, so you'll see the coaches and the boat handlers on the shore signalling, which way to go to make sure that they're in the correct line for the boys, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, that is an essential part, and having a coach there directing you, give you the extra support that you might want to hear from the crowd in the finish, and of course during the finals, but now having the coach next to you, that can really make a big difference, eh?
Absolutely. I think support is important, as you say, not just from the team, but from all of you, all of the crowd, because it's tough out there. It's hard. And I think, in terms of being ready mentally and feeling like you're brave enough to take it on, it takes a bit of support, doesn't it? You need a bit of moral boost there.
Yeah, when you are out there and you are jumping up and down, you have to be concentrate, but of course you have to be focused on your race, and having the support can make a huge difference. But talking about support, we have one of the athletes that will get the most support here today. Let me introduce our next guest. Here with us is the official world champ. He won in Valletta last year. Let me introduce our next wonderful guest, Lucio Fugazzotto. Lucio, un piacere averti con noi. Parti da favorito, parti da campione del mondo in carica. Per te una grande occasione. Come ti stai preparando e come ti senti da campione del mondo in carica?
Sicuramente parto con gli occhi addosso, ma non mi spaventa, faccio il possibile. Questo cambio di regolamento, questo percorso nuovo, cambia un po' la situazione, ma si resta sempre concentrati e si fa il possibile, si dà sempre il massimo.
Gemma, it's unique. We having an Italian athlete here. He won the gold last year. He's sort of racing in his own country for the second time. I bet it's really...
No pressure, Lucio. No pressure. But absolutely, world champion, the crown is yours to defend today in front of a home crowd. That must feel pretty good.
As I said, I have a lot of eyes on me, but I'm not going to feel a lot of pressure. I'll try to stay calm and do my best.
Yes, and it feels like that is what a lot of athletes are trying to do, keep a cool head. What have you been doing in terms of preparation ahead of this weekend?
It's been a long winter session, a lot of ergometers, both weights, but everything was for this, so I'm ready.
And how do you feel about the conditions today?
It's gonna be fun. I love the waves. The flat water, if I would like flat water, I would be in a lake, not on the water.
This is why you're world champion. This is for you, right?
We can't wait. Yeah, like you have a sailing family, you've got that background there, and of course you're coming from Sicily, one of the most stunning places of Italy. You're pretty lucky to train there, but we can't wait to hear all about it during the finals tomorrow. So we'll interview again, we'll have a lot of opportunities there. Next race is at 1:05, Gemma, so 9 minutes?
Not long to go at all now, not long. Look, it's fantastic to hear from you before you head out onto the water. Best of luck to you and all the athletes competing in the under-19 men coastal solos. But for now, before we get racing underway, let's hear a bit more from DJ Cavell.
And then when Mark wants to come back to us, we'll do a bit of we'll do a bit of a hang.
So who do we have in front? Let's switch this over. So
Yes, on camera or just VO and then going to a bit high? Well, we lost camera. Yeah, so if we do a bit of, not on camera, just 5 minutes to race it, you can see all the athletes that come in, getting ready, and then just, yeah, a little bit high to the bar, basically.
So, ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes to go until competition gets underway. And let me tell you, there's a sense of tension down here. Can you feel it?
Yeah, definitely can. Abbiamo oramai la partenza tra 5 minuti, la grande bagarre sta per iniziare, un sacco di atleti qui con noi, il pubblico là in cielo, in Corso Italia, non vediamo l'ora di partire.
And we have 26 nations competing in this category. So a lot of nations being represented by the athletes and hopefully by the fans as well. Who have we got up there? Give us a cheer.
Well, we got the Fugazzotto family for sure. They're there.
They are there. As we heard earlier from the reigning world champion, they need your support. They really do. Enjoy it. They're full of gratitude for everything that you can possibly give them. So cheer loud, they can hear you. Give them a boost as they head out into what is some, at times, quite intimidating conditions, shall we say.
Well, we are less than 4 minutes now, and we can't wait to see all the actions. The water is getting better and better and better. They'll get amazing conditions, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of good actions on the water.
So finally, are we ready? Come on, guys, you can do better than that. The athletes are ready. Are we ready? Yes, lovely work.
And now, let's do it together. Are we ready? And now it walked.
3 minutes now, we can head back up now.
3 minutes.
Well, that is our first rower underway in the Coastal Junior Men's Solo Time Trial. Our first time trial of that category. A very nice start there for the rower from Italy, just having a moment of relatively flat water to get himself seated in the boat and his way out to the course. The breeze looks like it's come around. We've now got an onshore wind blowing in down the course, so they'll be making sure that they don't let that breeze lift the bow and push it too far to one side of the course. But an experienced rower in these conditions, clearly well dialed into the conditions, making a light work of this stretch, 250 metres out to the first turning point. Rower from the USA there, Ronan Meyer, working hard to get clear of that big swell just before it came in. He will be breathing a sigh of release watching that dump on the beach just after he got his stern clear of it. To get caught out with that could have really spelled a different beginning to the race for him, but he is made quick time out of the first mark, just leaving that first slalom buoy off his blade tips, powering out down towards the second one. The rower from Italy already on the home straight. He'll be keeping an eye on that exclusion zone, making sure he doesn't stray too far to the left-hand side of the course, his right-hand side as he comes back in. Again, a water finish for this event, so they'll be keeping an eye out to the umpire with the flag on the pier to the right-hand side of the beach. When that flag drops, they know that they have completed their run and they are able to safely bring their boat into the beach. And that's Egypt underway on the right-hand side of the course. The boat handler really deserving some of the credit there for getting the boat clear, as much of a push as he could give it just to get that bow up and through that wave before it broke, giving the rower a chance to get himself seated and underway. This is where things get interesting. We've got 3 boats on the course at once, action to watch everywhere.
E se da un lato abbiamo visto la partenza della Tunisia, Mohamed Islam Kala, dall'altra abbiamo visto l'arrivo del nostro azzurro Lucio Fugazzotto, che ha completato il percorso davanti allo statunitense Ronan Maher e l'egiziano Ziad Morsi, ma ovviamente dovremo attendere quello che sarà il verdetto anche cronometrico. Una gara sicuramente imponente con condizioni diverse da raccontare, ma ora i riflettori si spostano sulla Gran Bretagna. A lot of actions there, Scotty.
Yeah, a lot of action indeed, Luca. That drop off just after we got that first flat bit of sand really causing havoc out there. That water pushing up and absolutely dumping. Watching the swells come in and start to break on the pier. How big they break over there for me is certainly the defining factor of what it might look like on the beach. And they'll be watching on the start line with nervous breath, not wanting to get a big one like this as they're running down to the boat.
Completely different condition in less than a minute. That's his beach sprint and what we can get here in Genoa. And again, it was a tough start there for Great Britain. Tom Walker tried really hard to get out. At least waited his time, but now he's out and he's jumping up and down with the waves. What a great race for him.
Yeah, you've got to put all your faith in the boat handlers there. Once you're in the seat, you've got your back to the waves, so you've just got to trust that they're going to keep the boat under control, and keep you safe, keep the bow pointing out to sea where you want to be going, and give you as much of a helping hand as possible. It's all about them keeping the rowers safe, keeping the boat safe, and also trying to make sure you don't sustain any damage, as we saw in the last set of time trials. If you lose that fin at the back of the boat, it can be disaster for the efforts out on the water. So there is so much credit goes to the boat handlers for everything that they contribute to this category. A favourable start there for Samuel de Boussac of France, having that moment of flatter water, enabling him to get a really good fast start. Again there we saw though, if you get your blade caught up on those slalom marks without it clearing the tip or running down the outrigger, it can really knock you off your pace. So watching different rowers' techniques for how they handle these turning marks, really interesting. Everybody's got their own style, from getting in the boat, getting out through the waves, navigating the course, and then bringing it back home towards the beach.
Different technique, as Scotty was saying, but also different time here on the water. No waves now for Spain. What a perfect moment for Spain to spin out and push really hard to get out in the best time as possible. So different conditions there. Great start for Spain.
Great start for Spain indeed, Luca. It really does just come down to what you are given at that moment you're starting. We can see there as he rows out through the next big set of swells coming in, and he'll be pleased to be out on the water and clearing the beach as those swells start to work their way through the course. One of the reasons for this water finish, it just means that the rowers are able to wait, pick their moment to bring the boats back to the beach as safely as possible for the boats and the athletes themselves. It makes it easier for them, easier for the boat handlers, and much less chance of damage, which is why we've got that slow entry to the beach there, the finish being marked on the water by the umpires with an invisible start line using a transit on the landmark on the far left-hand side of the course, just allowing the rowers just to focus on getting that straight line pace back towards the beach until they see that flag go down.
And the vibes are all for you. Abbiamo in gara una partenza esagerata con il pettorale numero 10, il Portogallo Thomas Neves, che al momento scatta fuori. We've got Portugal racing now, and again clear start and an opportunity here to race. What a magic start for Portugal, and can't wait to see New Zealand.
Yeah, the opportunity of that calmer start will be one they want to capitalise on. A real opportunity to get a fantastic time there in the later stages. But even if you get a tricky start, the first 8 that don't go through have got another time trial to dictate whether they make it through to the head-to-head knockout racing we'll see later in the weekend.
And now it's all about New Zealand. Oh la la, he lost one hole and then the other, but now he's back on track. And all this can happen only if you stay stable and of course concentrated. So was really a magic start there.
Yeah, all about keeping a cool head. It's not the mistakes you make, it's how you deal with them out on the water. There's so much variety in the conditions out here that one small mistake, if you can get back on top of it as quickly as possible, it is not necessarily game over. And there's such a chance with varied conditions on the way out and the way back in again that somebody else ahead of you might still make a mistake. So they've really got to give it their all and get back on track as quickly. Those that can do that with a cool head and not get flustered, keep the boat moving again, stand a really good chance of still coming home with a good time in this event.
Different technique and also a big push. Sometimes you can't do it, but here it was clear. So again, another different technique and of course another opportunity for all those colors racing. Estonia is now pushing out and looks like it's flat for him.
Yeah, momentary lull though, I think, Luca, as we've seen before. Flat water is not necessarily an indication of what's to come. I'm sure they'll be appreciating it while they've got it underneath the boat. That not having that pitching movement just allows them to really focus on the rhythm and keeping the power in the boat moving. Austria making the most of one of those lucky flat moments though. Not too much breaking water as they got underway. We've now got 3 athletes out on the water. New Zealand coming back in. Estonia making that cross of the mark before that second turning point back towards the beach. And then as we saw there, Austria rowing out through relatively benign conditions for a moment though. The one thing we're guaranteed with any sort of coastal rowing is that it will change.
They're taking the best out of this moment. It's now time for Hungary. Let's wait for the official start.
Let them
Needs to dry out. Needs to dry out. Today? We have tomorrow?
And now it's time for Hungary. It's the 14th scholar here, Georgi Goran Veto. He lost his seat, but now he's back on track and ready to roll.
Yeah, back on track as quickly as possible is the priority. There's so much out on the water here that can knock you off your seat or have you lose a foot. But everybody seems to be doing a fantastic job of either staying in the seat or getting back moving again as quickly as possible. Particularly just when you're still trying to get yourself seated in the boat, you have that much water come through. It doesn't take much to push the seat out from underneath you. But they did a great job there of keeping the boat steady. We've got Estonia here now having crossed that line on the water and just steadily bringing the boat back towards the beach under the guidance of the handlers on the beach, making sure they pick a safe moment to keep everybody under control.
And now it's time for Poland, and this is a family affair. The coach is Artur Sokowski. Jo Sokowski is the scholar, so is his dad coaching in this wonderful combination. Will be really interesting to hear how he's being coached by his dad.
I'm sure that will be reflected from the energy from the beach, Luca. And say these boat handlers, that you can tell how a race is going in terms of navigation by the excitement in those arms on the beach, how hard they're trying to will their sculler on to get the right side of a course. If things are going well, it's normally quite calm on the beach, but if things are maybe looking like they've got a little out of shape and there's some big course corrections, you can see some real animation. Lukas Kasik from Czechia there on the right-hand side of the course. Again, a very nice start there. A moment of flat water he'll be wanting to make the most of and try and carry that advantage the whole way through the course, not giving any extra meters away.
A lot of concentrations there. The next one in line is Australia, who is about to start. Jumping, 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 and now on board. So is Australia. All about Australia now. All about Australia, who is racing with number 17 here, is Oscar Schlell-Gamborg. That's now officially off. And it's his chance in the under-19 men's solo. DJ Covell is really pushing the island here in this event. The under-19 men's solo had a few problems and lost his seat, so didn't really saw here his run. But then, what's going to happen, Scotty?
Well, we'll wait for a decision from the umpires as to how they're going to handle that, but it just goes to show it is so difficult to keep the boat intact and everything in shape for these starts with this dynamic at beginning, this dynamic and entry to the boat and then into the water. But they'll be lining up our next athlete on the line now from Ukraine. Well, Maxim Sivko of Ukraine there having a bit of a tricky start. Just his right-hand blade got caught at exactly the wrong moment. Almost ended up perpendicular across the course, but it was a good moment to have that sort of an error. It meant that there were no waves coming in, so he's able to get the boat tracking back out towards the mark again and get underway. Early issue like that can be a really, really difficult thing to manage if you're still in the surf zone, but the timing was right for it to happen, and he is looking happy, back out on the water, underway again. The issue we saw there earlier with the Irish boat with the seat, he's going to re-row at the end of this, so he'll do his start again after all the other athletes before him have gone. So the 27th heat.
26 singolisti a darsi battaglia, ce lo stava raccontando molto bene Scotty, ma ora è il momento di andare a focalizzare l'attenzione sulla prossima partenza. È il Canada in gara, Oliver Brennan, classe 2007, con il pettorale numero 20 in questo momento a bordo. E ora si inizia Off with Canada.
Well, Oliver Brennan from Canada there making his way out past the second slalom mark. Well, we've got the rower from Ukraine coming back. A moment where they're alongside each other, passing, going in other directions. One of the few times they'll have a boat alongside them, until those that go forward will end up in head-to-head, and they will be racing neck and neck out down each side of this course, coming back again. The conditions for the start still creating challenges and excitement on the right-hand side as the boat handlers for China keep that boat held steady.
La corsa della Cina, la Cina per la partenza, ora non c'è acqua sotto l'imbarcazione, devono letteralmente sollevarla per riuscire ad uscire, sono dovuti andare a ricercare l'acqua per la partenza ufficiale, intanto l'Ucraina ha concluso il percorso.
We can see there the rower from Canada getting shepherded back out of that exclusion zone, back towards the centre line of the course. Not only is that way back along the slalom boys for the return to the beach the quickest way and the least distance back to the beach, it's also the safest. They've got to make sure they don't go outside that exclusion zone, those red boys there, particularly with breaking waves on those underwater rocks, potentially causing real hazards.
What a magic moment here for Turkey. That's officially off, but looks like no water underneath his boat, so he's now trying to find water, and he's off track.
Off track for a moment, but I'm sure we'll see him working hard, following the directions of those boat handlers to get back underway. In the middle of the course, though, it can be really hard to, really disorientating, really hard to know where you are when you've got yellow buoys, whichever way you look. One of the advantages of a good, clean start means that you know you look over your shoulder, everything's exactly where you expect it to be. If you end up a long way off that line, off that course, then it can be really, really disorientating and hard to get yourself back on track and know where you're going. There's so much to look at, so much going on, the water's moving so much. Now the sun's come up, clear of a bit of cloud. We've got a bit of dazzle on the water, which will just make that even harder for the athletes out there.
Con queste condizioni di luce Scotti ci stava raccontando che diventa ancora più difficile sull'acqua la partenza. Attenzione, per il Giappone è falsa, si dovrà rifare. Nel frattempo la Cina ha completato il percorso. A big jump for Japan. There was the way to start. Definitely different setup there. They started from the beach. The boat was like stuck in the sand, but now it's officially off, and therefore he can row towards his dream.
Yeah, lots of different styles there of how people start. Some people like to keep the boat further up the beach. There's less distance to run, although others like to try and get the boat as deep into the water as possible. There are rules and limits as to how far in the boat handlers can go. Tricky thing to judge in such varying depths here, but it is important they don't go too deep, or they might get a penalty for the team. It looks like there's been a bit of a struggle there from the rower from Japan, but he seems to be back under control now. Sometimes once you've been chucked in the boat for a moment, you haven't got your blades the right way round, everything's not where you expect it, and it just takes a moment to get settled. South Africa underway after a tricky start, a long way up the beach, and the stern of the boat just getting grounded out, that fin stuck in the sand. And what happens, even if you've just had the wave go before you, what will do, all that retreating water will suddenly suck back down the beach into the face of the next wave and leave you with no water with which to float the boat and row off the beach. So timing, absolutely everything. A little bit of luck, but a lot of timing here.
Un po' di fortuna, ma soprattutto la voglia di andare a gareggiare in modo deciso. Great start there for South Africa. Now will be the time for Cyprus and then Bahamas, closing this fifth race of the day, the time trial of the under-19 men's single. Then will be the restart of Ireland, closing these time trials. We can't wait to see the Scala from the Bahamas, who is about to start. Keep an eye on him. And another opportunity to get to the best time ever in their event.
Yeah, an early issue with the seat there for the Irish sculler meant that he didn't get off the beach. Problem with the seat was why that race was getting rerun. And then our sculler from the Bahamas is going to be rerunning the race due to the issues right at the beginning of his race. So neither of them made it either off the beach or to that first slalom mark. So they've got it all still to give on the track and on the water when they're out there. We can see there Jack here of Ireland just making his way to the first turning point. Needs to make sure he gets that down the correct side of the boat. There's significant penalties for missing any of the marks on this course. 30-second penalties for missing either of the first two marks, and a 2-minute penalty if you miss either of the turning points. So there is all the incentive to make sure that that does not happen. A big wave there for the Bahamas as they get in the boat. Pretty impressive boarding effort there by the sculler, by Phoenix Robinson. He basically jumped in it like it was a surfboard and held on and let his boat handlers do the work. Really impressive stuff from here, making sure that he was in and ready to go at the first opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, better. Try and get the other guy. Better. It's
Finn. What happened to his fin?
I think it was the C. Yeah, we'll check.
And that's Jack here, having completed that race, that water finish there, the buzzer and the flag gone. So he is finished rowing. He'll just be listening to the advice of the boat handlers on the left-hand side of the course, just waiting for the moment that they choose. They can see the swells coming, and they'll be picking the safest moment possible for him to bring the boat back in towards the beach. Phoenix Robinson of the Bahamas making his way between those two turning points at the end of the course. He'll be wanting to get that boat turned around, bows back down towards the beach, and it's all just about straight line speed. We've seen a few people stray out into that exclusion zone, so he'll have to be keeping a weather eye behind him to make sure that he does not end up too far off course, doesn't want to end up in the exclusion zone, and that is more meters from the centre line, the quickest line back to the beach.
Well, you can't say no. You can't say no. You can't say no. So what's happened there? You lost your seat.
Sea rails were all loose, and the sea wasn't in properly. So when it did come out, I couldn't get back in.
And that's our last rower of the Coastal Junior Men's Solo first time trial, making his way across the line now. Some big swells rolling in. He'll be pleased for that water finish, no doubt. He'll be taking his time and just waiting for the careful instructions of the boat handlers to bring it home. We will then have a short break and be starting our Coastal Junior Women's time trial shortly.
Okay.
So 2 minutes on this. So wrap up with an interview. Okay. Okay, stand by everyone. Here we go. 5 seconds. 4, 3.
So that concludes the men's under-19 solos, and fair to say a lot of drama and a lot of action.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. A lot of action. We saw a lot of bumpy situations and some of the athletes that had to race twice, and that's the case for Ireland.
Absolutely. So we have Jack Hehe here, representing Ireland. Jack, just talk us through what happened out there.
Well, on my first run, when I went down to the boat, the seat was like half in, half out, and we tried to put it back in, but the seat rails were all twisted and not in line. So we just waved our hands and we got a rerun, which I just did there now.
Which could explain why you're slightly out of breath, but also that's great to see because it means you've worked really hard out there. Can you tell us just how physical it is out there with the conditions?
Yeah, I felt the road well, but when you get to the second buoy in the first row there, it's quite windy and around the turns, but rowing back in is easier. You come in with the waves and use them to your advantage.
And this is your third international competition, is that right?
Yeah.
How are you finding it?
Good so far. Felt the road good. I was rowing the mixed double earlier too. That went well. So, very good.
Good stuff, Luca.
Well, again, your international season ramping up is your third event, as you just said. So, where you see yourself in a couple of years' time?
I don't know. Well, I'd say everyone would hope the Olympics, but another few international events maybe before that, but that's it for now.
Well, we can't wait to see you in LA, maybe.
Absolutely. Let's hear it for Jack, everybody. Brilliant performance out there. Now, we have not got long now until the next competition. I think it's a matter of minutes, isn't it, until we get started with the women's under-19 solo. 3 minutes, I believe.
3 minutes. 3 minuti alla prossima partenza. Avremo il singolo under-19 femminile.
3 minutes.
As in Ferrero
Nutella.
Rocher? Yes.
Yeah. And I do events for them
Oh.
every year.
Nice. Do you get freebies?
Well, the Christmas gift and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. They send us a Christmas. And they do 3 events per year, like 3 big events with 2,000 kids per event. One is sailing, one is rowing, and one is a sort of a multiple sports. This is amazing. I love it. They're so spontaneous. So I interview them. We play games and stuff, and it's like, yeah.
I mean, they are great.
It's
They're
challenging.
also tough.
Super.
Yeah, because they don't.
Like, it's tough.
You can ask a
It's tough.
question and they'll
They
just.
don't answer. Yeah, it's tough.
I can imagine you're very good at that.
Working with kids. Social
Yeah, that's really good. Like, you need that. And also for people to see themselves in the sport.
And then they do the Nutella party at the end of it. All the kids are there. And
They're
yeah.
like a Nutella fountain.
I wish.
Yeah.
I wish.
Or at least the
First in line.
Yeah. At least the big pyramids. You know, they do the big Ferrero Rocher pyramids.
From the men to this women's single, and again the under 19 are really excited to race, and we can't wait to see them racing. We started from Tunisia. She was the first scarlet out there, and looks like she's really giving all of that.
Yeah, nice clean start out there from the beach. Just one of those lucky lulls in the waves. You can see there the next set of 3 really rolling in though, so she'll be pleased to see that behind her boat. They'll be in her wake as the waves crash on the beach, hoping for a equally calm return, no doubt. Still got a bit of distance to make back up towards that second slalom mark. You see the boat handlers on the beach there, giving the guidance that they can, urging their rowers back towards that centre line of the course. You know, the least course alterations made, the better the boat speed they can maintain. The turning points normally require a really sharp turn, but if you can keep the speed up around these slaloms, then that is very favourable to get a good time.
Sembra che si stiano divertendo, così diceva Scotti poco fa, ma ora è il momento degli Stati Uniti d'America con Annalise Hall che è pronta a volare davanti alla Gran Bretagna. Poi sarà la volta dell'italiana Maria Lanciano, non vediamo l'ora di vederla in azione.
Yeah, safe and professional start from both Annalise Hall there of the USA and her boat handling team. You can see there's some big waves coming in just as they were getting the boat ready, but the team obviously knew exactly what to do. They held the bow down, they kept the stern high, and essentially let the boat duck a wave just like a surfer would, ducking a wave he doesn't want to catch, and then straight into the seat. She was off down the course, and they are now into navigation mode, urging that sculler onto the correct side of the course. Quite a bit of space left there to the second slalom mark, so she'll have to work hard to make that time back up.
Oh, look at that! Olivia trying to get a ball, but the big wave washed her away and out from the boat. Scotty, that wave was really massive.
Yeah, it certainly was, Luca. Every now and again, you just get a few of these swells far out at sea built together, and they just make something that stands up from the rest of them. We can see another one coming in there, and that's, you just can't predict that. Really difficult. We can see there, then returning the boat to the beach. I'm sure they'll be checking everything and everyone for damage, making a decision on what to do next. The water coming right up the beach there, just giving a sense of how much power there really was in those last sets of waves. You just can't predict something like that.
But the best part is definitely, look at Olivia's smile. She's smiling, means that she's ready to start again. That's the approach that we want to see. She loves what she's doing, and that's really part of the sport. And whilst we wait for GB to race, now it's time to look into the next, will be the Italian Scala racing now. Maria Lanciano is about to start. Non vediamo l'ora della prossima partenza, si riparte con l'Italia, Maria Lanciano. And now we are off with Maria Lanciano. She is the best under 19 scholar of Italy. And Scotty, she's coming from Barletta.
Barletta, where we saw all the action of the coastal and the beach sprints last year, and we saw some really lively conditions there as well. So if she's competed there, then she knows exactly what she's in for with this sort of race, with having to deal with the surf, the navigation, the big swells further out to sea. So we could expect a very strong performance for her there. As we saw though in that last start, there's going to be a delay for Olivia Hodgson of GBR, and she will now race as the 8th race between France and Germany shortly, just due to some of the big waves coming in, making it an unsafe start.
Maria Lanciano sta dominando molto bene all'esterno, dimostrando di avere capacità anche nell'affrontare le onde. Bellissima l'azione per l'atleta barlettana che cerca ancora di allungare quello che è il suo tempo per la performance. Mimoli, il suo allenatore, anche in maglia della nazionale, sta cercando di dare consigli preziosi. Ora si prepara per accoglierla nel rettilineo finale. Bellissima l'azione dell'atleta azzurra Maria Lanciano, classe 2006. È lì, è lei a rappresentare l'Italia in questa specialità. But now it's all about Spain, and my friends here, their supporters are simply great. And of course they are here to support and cheer for Lucia Navarro Blasco, who is officially off.
Really interesting to see what an efficient entry into the boat and get underway it was there from that rower. She was in the seat and pulling on those blades quicker than I think I've seen anybody do it before. I think she chose to actually wait until the boat was moving and stable before getting her feet properly in there. And that made for a really quick and efficient start.
Guardate la tranquillità della nostra atleta azzurra, aspetta il momento giusto, fa passare i cavalloni per l'ingresso sulla spiaggia.
Really tricky conditions there for Marta Brunn-Carlsson of Sweden to row out through. The boat handlers with their work cut out. They obviously decided to pull the boat slightly further up the beach just to keep everything safe and everyone safe before when that buzzer went. They got the boat right into the water and they made the best of a really difficult situation there, getting her seated and launched underway. So she's putting the pace down. That was once she was out past it, looking like a really clean start. But yeah, everybody having a tricky time navigating the surf there.
Now it's all about France. We got this color out at the moment. What a magic start there. She managed pretty well, actually.
Yeah, handled that breaking wave coming in there really, really well. A difficult boat to run up to with the boat bowed down underneath the wave, but really, really great technique there from the boat handlers, keeping that bow down, anchored to the seabed, allowing it to duck the wave, and the big surface area at the back where the waves grip the boat and pull it back towards the beach kept nice and high and clear of all of that water, trying to drag the boat back towards the beach. So they managed to make a really, really nice start out of difficult conditions. You can see her there just on the crest of one of these other big waves rolling in. It's these ones that they've got to really, really look out for, particularly as they start to break further in towards the beach.
Cody.
Well, I think that might be the wave of the day so far, Luca. Well, Marta Brunn-Carlson of Sweden there across that water finish, and she will be looking out for the boat handlers to make sure she gets a safe return to the beach, particularly with some of these bigger waves. We've just seen some really, really big waves come in, haven't we, Luca?
Yes, Scotty, and all the ball handler and the volunteers are on the water now, helping out. So what an amazing support from the beach. Safety comes first, of course, and all the volunteers together with the ball handler are doing their best to ensure perfect conditions here, and of course great support. So well done to all the volunteers that are there, ready to help all nations competing here.
Yeah, it's a team effort really, Luke, from getting the boats ready before they begin the race, getting them ready for that launch, that entry into the water, giving them the navigation, the direction on the water, and then that safe return, and then getting the boats turned around, ready for the next time trial ahead of them. These boats get rotated through, so there is such a pace of activity on the beach.
Next one will be Great Britain, then we move into Germany and the rest of the field. The under-19 women's solo is really pumping up.
Well, it looks like a slightly calmer moment out there. Some of that swell has settled down a bit, and they're getting the boat on the water, ready for Olivia Hodgson from GBR, running down the beach now to her boat, ready to restart the race that had the massive waves come through earlier. They're given the chance to restart that, so she's going to be hoping for a nice clean start. Boat handlers doing their best to power her out through that surf. Looks like she's held it together really well, though. Really difficult having that much water through the boat, but is underway now. Her chance at this time trial.
Yeah, definitely well done to her. She restarted. She had a big smile again, so she's really enjoying here. And the world champ has a wonderful opportunity, and now it's all about Olivia. Well done, a great start now. So it's all yours.
Yeah, we've got what looks like much more settled conditions out there. There's still not much breeze. Looking at the flags right over on the right-hand side of the beach, and they're barely moving, but those by the pool are blowing. Looks like there's just a little bit of breeze blowing onshore still, coming down the course from the seaward side. But as we've seen, there's been lots of change. I don't think we've got any of the gustier crosswind conditions that we had earlier. The surface of the water is a lot more uniform now, so we don't have those really gusty, patchy areas on the water that we saw. But if we know anything for certain, is that it will be different by the next race and different by the race after that.
Condizioni che cambiano, le onde che aumentano, ma si corre con grande determinazione al centro. I riflettori sono tutti per la Germania, una buona azione per lei, ma poi l'Irlanda, Nuova Zelanda. Siamo in gara con il singolo under 19, and now it's all about Germany, who is racing here in this under 19 women's solo. She had a great start. Now she's managing, of course, all the waves up there and making this the most out of it. So what a great race for Germany as well.
A moment of calm out there on the water, Luca. Much more settled, though I can just start to see some of those gusts coming through, just rippling up the surface of the water. That change in colour, that change of texture, those telltales of where the wind's hitting. And as you can see, really patchy, so there's a lot of very localised wind going on there. But we've got Olivia Hodgson of GBR just riding a swell all the way back across that water finish line. The flag down, the buzzer gone. That's her indication that she has completed her time trial. She'll now be looking for the instructions to bring the boat back to the beach. We've still got the sculler from Germany out there, Nathalie Senchuk, on her way back down to the beach, as we've got Ireland starting now.
Yeah, and it's Ireland off now, so it's all about Ireland, who just started the race. And what a start for her. She really managed the two waves out there, so calm start for her, and now it's all yours.
Yeah, we often see the Irish rowers do really well in this class. The coastal conditions of Ireland will offer a good training ground for beach sprints and coastal rowing. Varied cold waters. There'll be warmer water here for sure, but the variety nonetheless. So experience in those sort of conditions, really an advantage of those that get to train in them day in, day out.
Partenze, onde, salti, ne sta davvero succedendo di tutti i colori, ma noi ci stiamo divertendo come pazzi, perché questo è il bello del beach sprint. Ancora la grande attenzione sulla spiaggia, ma intanto in gara noi ci sposteremo. Se da un lato c'è l'Irlanda, a brevissimo in partenza abbiamo la Nuova Zelanda. Next one in line will be New Zealand. We can't wait to see Tiger O'Donnell starting here for New Zealand. Is all ready to roll.
So Siver Sullivan of Ireland there starting to bring that boat back towards the beach. Once they're around that second turning mark, you don't need to slalom. Any of the marks after that, it's just about trying to row the fastest, the straightest course back down to the beach. The boat handlers will still be there giving the instructions that they can, trying to guide their sculler back as true as possible. On the right hand side of the course though, we have got the team from New Zealand. A boat in the water, runner on the beach. Down to what looks like it could be a really good start. If they can get in and clear before this next wave comes in, that could be a really, really promising beginning to their time trial. Not quite managing to get the bow clear. A bigger one coming in though, so they'll be pleased to have managed to row out and over the top of that. Well navigated over the top. It can be really difficult when the boat sits right on the top of a short, sharp swell like that. It means that even the slightest imbalance will pivot the boat in the wrong direction. So trying to keep a really nice, even catch there, so important. But well done, boat handler, navigating them back towards the centre line of that course, leaving that first slalom mark to port, second one to starboard, and then out towards that final turning point.
All the support, all the energy, and a lot of passion, of course, in this start. But unclear water is the opportunity to go out and, of course, race towards the dream here in this women solo, under 19 women solo. We are with Czechia now. Hungary is about to start. It's all about times here today, and they are sprinting super fast out from the start to get the best advantage, and of course avoiding clashing on the waves.
As you say, Luca, lots and lots of passion out on the water. It is clear from the interviews that we do with the athletes down on the beach how much a lot of them enjoy the variety and the conditions that they got. They're not looking for flat conditions. They're looking for a lively race. They're looking to be able to use all the training they've done and to be able to navigate the swell, the weather, and that's what makes this such an interesting and varied format.
Continuano le partenze, continua lo spettacolo del singolo under 19 femminile, e se da un lato abbiamo visto volare la Repubblica Ceca insieme all'Ungheria, ora ci prepariamo per la partenza appunto dell'atleta ungherese, poi Austria, Canada, con la grande attenzione anche per Ucraina ed Australia. In totale sono 23 le singoliste che dovranno partire in questa specialità per i time trials, quindi 23 singoliste a caccia dell'affermazione in questa prima giornata di gare. And now we are off with Hungary, and a perfect start here. Of course, we found the right balance, and again, this color found calm water, but a big wave is coming up.
Yeah, a big wave she'll be pleased to see behind her, having managed to get out just before it came in to the beach. It's those big waves like that that can be really hard for everybody to get clear of before they dump all of that energy back on the beach, pushing the boat back in the direction it does not want to be going. So she is underway now, focusing on the navigation, not giving much away on that first mark, just needing to get a little bit more in sync with the conditions out there. Now that swell's rolling in from the furthest mark, it means that while there's no breaking water out there, the swell really does start to affect how the boat handles and how the boat feels, with such a variety in the depth of the water around the boat.
Ci sono una serie di fattori che possono influenzare la performance, anche la profondità, la salita delle onde. But Scotty, looking out there, this is another big one coming home.
Yeah, another big one coming in, but well handled there by the sculler and the boat handlers. Good instructions there just to slow the boat down and let the wave pass underneath the boat. Like a surfer wanting to let a wave pass, they don't want to catch. The best thing you can do there is just go slow and let the water move past you and then come in a safe moment.
Antonia Jakace from Austria is now starting with a big wave out, and of course she is trying to find clear water, and yes, she had a wonderful technique there. You had to keep an eye on her. She really played it out well. She took the right moment, and now she's off, pushing hard for the best time.
Yeah, picking the right moment is everything. Sometimes it's better to just give a little bit more time, let the water move the way it's going to, not fight it, and then just use that quiet moment off the back of a big wave to your advantage to get the boat moving, get it tracking in the right direction, and then settle into a rhythm. Must feel like a long 250 metres out through the swell, across, and then 250 metres back. There's a lot to think about and a lot to deal with every step of the way.
Tutto succede, tutto si evolve, ma in questo momento l'Austria ha sfruttato al meglio l'uscita in partenza, trovando il giusto innesto, e questo gli ha permesso di andare subito lì a controllare il percorso, ma ovviamente tutto può succedere. Al momento la chiamata della giuria, noi ci proiettiamo al prossimo start, sarà il turno del Canada.
Tricky start there for the sculler from Latvia, however, now back under control and powering out through that swell and those waves that are coming on to break on the beach. She had a fairly clean break there with not too much white water. She was getting the boat in, but again, not knowing which way round your blades are, if you've not been able to see them until you're out and going, means that it's really, really difficult to get everything all the right way and get your boat moving that early on. But back under control, powering her way out towards that second slalom mark.
Magic run here and off we go. It's time to race here for Maria Shevchenko from Ukraine. Off clear water for her and now ready to push to get the best time out of this race.
Clear water for that start, Luca, but not for the boat handlers. Again, a hard job for them trying to keep the boat safe and under control just at the beginning. But that last wave passed underneath the boat just as she was getting in, but she was able to get sorted and the boat powering out towards that first mark in no time at all. On the left-hand side of the course, though, we can see the sculler from Latvia just going to have to make a bit of a course correction back towards her left, towards that centre line of the course. They'll be keeping an eye out for those boat handlers on the beach, coaching them in or willing them back to the beach straight on target.
And what a magic run for Australia. And I'm here with the Australian rowing team that is about to support Astrid Thomas. Magic start, clear water, now a big wave, but she's really managing that through. So, Scotty, over to you.
Yeah, really nicely managed start there by the whole Australian team. You say Astrid Thomas picking the moment perfectly, a nicely timed start and straight out over the top of those bigger swells rolling in now, as you'll see just then as the Latvian rower managed to make her way safely back towards the beach. A couple of really, really big sets rolling in. Great if you're a surfer, not so great if you're trying to bring a coastal rowing boat home safely. So timing is absolutely everything. Reading the water, reading the conditions, and sometimes it's about taking your foot off the gas and going slow to have the opportunity to go fast later on. So that's Maria Shevchenko from Ukraine having finished her run in. The flag down, the buzzer gone. She's now making her way safely and slowly back towards the beach, while we have got Astrid Thomas from Australia making her way across between those two turning points, those spreader marks at the top of the course, before those bows point back towards home, towards that finish line.
Continuano le partenze, continuano gli arrivi, ma soprattutto lo spettacolo. Ora è il momento per lo scaler numero 18, i colori della Cina in gara adesso.
A very nice and clean start there for China. A nice moment, but in the seat and underway in no time at all. That could be a really good time. She can keep the pace up along the course.
Irem Usturdag, now that's the time. And what a magic start, Scotty. She had the perfect water over there.
Well, on the left-hand side of the course, the sculler from China will be looking to try and pick a swell and ride it all the way home back to that water finish line for the best time possible. Well, we've got the sculler from Turkey making her way across those two top marks before again bows pointed at home, back on the beach in anticipation, waiting to pick the best moment to get the boat in the water, ready for the start of the Japanese sculler next.
And the tension is building up on the beach. And now it's all about Japan, Tomoka Terada. That's her opportunity here in Genoa. And this wonderful under-19 women's solo. What a start there. Of course, few strokes again, but the first wave went through with no problem at all. And now is the second one, and now is off at all. So it's all about Japan.
As you say, Luca, Tomoka Terada, a nice start. A couple of small waves holding the boat up, though. It doesn't have to be a big wave to start to cause problems for these beach starts. Even a small wave, if it picks the bow up and just anchors the stern of the boat into the sand as the wave before recedes, then it can be really, really hard to get the boat back off the beach and underway again. As soon as that stern of the boat's gripping that sand with that fin, you are not going anywhere. Again, all important job of the boat handlers, trying to keep that boat lifted up and propelled underway. So much to think about. Such a technical part of this race, these beach starts.
Guardate che spettacolo, il lavoro anche dei nostri boat handler, stanno lavorando davvero alacremente per riuscire a regalare una manifestazione incredibile, ed è così che il campionato del mondo continua ad infiammare il cuore non solo di Genova ma di tutta l'Italia, ed ecco così che la voglia è quella di andare a regalare un ricordo indelebile a tutti i partecipanti. Bellissima l'azione, pulita, colpo su colpo, noi ci prepariamo, avremo il Sudafrica, le Bahamas e poi Cipro.
Well, real challenges there for Elizabeth Kingwell. Team from South Africa had been pushed nicely out by the boat handlers, but the angle of that wave just put the boat over at an angle where off the seat and feet out the plate, but done a great job to recover. Again, just fantastic team effort all round to get the boat underway as quickly and safely as possible. On the left-hand side of the course, we still got Tomoka Terada making her way back down swell. Downwind, I think, back towards the beach. The wind continuing to shift around. We're just getting a bit of everything here today. Not the dominant factor at the moment, though. These starts are really what are making or breaking some of the races. Well, Shannon McKinney of the Bahamas underway on the right-hand side there. Team opting to hold the boat slightly further out into deeper water. Able to do that. There was a momentary lull in the bigger sets coming in, so they had the opportunity to take that boat a little bit deeper, which meant once she was in, they were straight underway. No problems at all there. That was a good clean start, making the most of the break in the waves. Well, one of those make or break moments there for the sculler from Cyprus, just managing to get away and underway before another big wave came in. You could see the pressure was on there to get that boat moving and just get the bow clear of the water that was barreling back down towards the beach. She is still on that first leg of the course out, with Shannon McKinney of Bahamas just making that first turn. All important to make sure you leave these boys to the right side. 30-second penalties for missing one of the slalom marks on the way out. 120-second penalties for missing either of those turning points at the end. So catastrophic to your time in a time trial if that was to happen. So everybody needing to make sure they take the time and get the navigation right. Well, our final starter in the Coastal Junior Women's Time Trial is Autumn Pryor of Canada. A restart of some technical issues on her earlier start in the time trial. That turned into probably the start she was hoping for. Managed to get clear of the waves. Boat handlers holding that bow up, trying to keep all the water out of the boat, give her the best chance of in that seat, staying in that seat, and being able to power out before the next set of sets run in. That's our last three scullers in this category out of the water now. Two of them bringing the bows home.
Ed ecco quindi le ultime 3 imbarcazioni del singolo Under 19 femminile in gara. Sudafrica, Bahamas e Cipro a chiudere. Sono i colori appunto delle Bahamas a completare in questo istante davanti a Cipro. Poi appunto anche la formazione del Sudafrica a chiudere il cerchio in questa specialità. 23 singoliste tornate a casa.
So our final sculler out of the water, making her way down past that last slalom mark on the way back to the beach. Looking out for that flag to fall. The umpire on the pier to the right-hand side of the beach. The drop of that flag and the sound of the finish buzzer marking the end of this time trial.
So that concludes the women's under 19 solo time trials. Yet again, I feel like I'm saying this after every competition, but yet again, action-packed, full of drama. If I was sitting down, I'd be on the edge of my seat.
Well, that was definitely that race. A lot of waves coming in, and the girls ran it super well. But we've seen like big waves.
We have seen huge waves, and actually this is a moment to give huge credit. I know Scotty on commentary's done this already today, but huge credit to the boat handlers, because they have such a challenge out there to keep the boat steady, keep it safe and ready for the athletes to run and jump in. And also that level of trust and communication between boat handler and athlete to get away safely and comfortably. So huge kudos, and hopefully we'll have a chat with those boat handlers a little bit later on.
Yeah, that's definitely a key of the organizing committee. And most of the boat handler and the assistants are Italian, so let's say that in Italian as well. Congratulazioni, davvero complimenti, soprattutto i boat handler, siete stati straordinari, state facendo un lavoro eccezionale permettendo a tutto il mondo di gareggiare. But let's move on to our next guest. It's pretty exciting here.
Absolutely, we have an Olympian, no less. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Emma Twigg, representing New Zealand.
What a legend here on the beach, Gemma.
Absolutely. First of all, huge congratulations on your silver medal in Paris. Wow, what a way to come into this competition.
Yeah, it was amazing to be in Paris. It was a phenomenal games, and I loved being out there racing for my 5th time, and to back it up with some fun here, it's been a lovely couple of weeks.
Do you know what's great? You get that immediate contrast of the two styles of competition, because they are so different, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I was relaxing on a beach chair 10 minutes before I got in the water for my Olympic final, but this is what I love about this sport. I love how it's exciting, and you never know what the result's going to be. You've just got to be relaxed and go out there and do the best that you can.
And how, just a few key points on how the beach sprints differ. What technical skills do you need that you wouldn't necessarily need for the classic rowing?
Oh, I think a lot of it is about kind of handling the conditions, picking waves, like I said before, being relaxed and expecting the unexpected, and that's the beauty of this sport.
Well, you're certainly proving your versatility, that's for sure. Luca?
Well, I would ask 1,000 questions to Emma, but trying to link with the Italian community, you have been training in Pusiano, such as more like above Como. How is training over there?
Yeah, Pusiano is a lovely lake. It's a little hidden secret, I feel like. The Dutch have owned it for many years, but the New Zealand team have made it home more recently, and we've loved it there, and I think it's somewhere we'll come back in the next couple of years.
We are also missing a lot of other New Zealander this year. Last year there was Mike Bragg. He was a great fun. We've got Joseph here. Your team is magic. What the secret of your team?
Oh, I think it's just about having fun, and Joe is an amazing addition to our team. He's got a lot of experience on the water with the America's Cup sailing, so we just sit in behind him, listen to what he tells us, and go for it.
Thank you very much.
Amazing. Again, I'm going to mention versatility because, you've got, as you just said, America's Cup sailors, classic rowing, beach sprints. It's all going on in the team. You've got such a mix of skills. It's fantastic. Emma, thank you so much for chatting. Let's hear it for her one more time. Emma Twigg. Thank you.
Super, Emma.
So we will be getting underway with competition again a little bit later, but before we do that, and to make sure that we can do that, we are sending out a test boat onto the water just to make sure that conditions are safe and we can continue as planned. So test boat will go out first, and then we'll see what the plan is after that. But the party doesn't need to stop, does it?
No, we can't stop. We can't stop. We got our magic DJ Covell. We can't wait to go up and have some fun with the crowd. But let me say that in Italian as well. Prima di decidere se le gare potranno continuare, a brevissimo verrà inviata sul campo un'imbarcazione, un quadruplo che testerà le condizioni dell'acqua. Questo permetterà di garantire la sicurezza, verificare le condizioni e quindi dare la luce verde per continuare ovviamente le nostre gare. Talking about fun, I know we are going to play with the crowd.
Yes, we are. So if you are here to support someone specific or maybe a team, please come and tell me. We'll be up there coming to say hello and find out why you're here. And also just find out a little bit about you and your stories. So we'll come and see you shortly. But for now, it's over to DJ Covell.
Gemma's. We've got one mic, so we'll go Gemma, so you can hop up there. Crowd now, and we'll speak
So I'm up here on the grandstand getting a bird's eye view or a fan's eye view of the course, of all the action down there. And I'm here to chat to some of the hardcore fans and team members, starting with none other than Team Great Britain. So, hello guys. I'm just going to squidge my way right in here. Who do we have here? Louise King. Oh, so I've jumped straight in with the head clothes here. Performance director. Okay, hello.
Mark Dunstan, team manager.
Team manager. I'm bringing you the crop.
Assistant team manager, Ilsa.
Amazing. So, in fact, you guys are perfect to talk to in terms of getting your perspective. I mean, I've said we're up here, bird's eye view, but how has it gone so far? Are you pleased with how Team GB have done, or what are we making of the situation so far?
Yeah, it's been a good start. It's a challenging course, as we've seen. But, it's good.
How can you prepare for the challenging conditions that we've had here today, or can you prepare?
I think it's one of the things we learned in beach sprints is to expect the unexpected.
Yes, and I have actually heard that quite a lot, to just be adaptable, be flexible and ready to react. And do you feel like your athletes have managed to do that? I don't know if anyone can hear me. We've got a little bit of interference here, but we'll try our best. But thank you for chatting with me. Now, I know that from what I've seen, everyone's a really friendly bunch. Nations are helping nations. You know, everyone's in it together. But there's got to be a bit of rivalry. This is a competition after all. So who are your eyes on? Who are the ones to beat?
No, never. We're all best buddies.
Who's paying you? Okay, well, I'm going to create my own rivalry. Team GB over here, but let's move swiftly on to their arch nemesis, Team USA. So thank you very much for chatting. We're going to head over here quickly. Already a pretty loud bunch here, so if you're awarding prizes for the more vocal team. Hello, so who do we have here?
I'm a parent.
You're a parent. Who are you a parent of?
I'm a parent of Annalise Hall. She's a junior rower on the USA, Team USA.
So she's just been?
Yes.
Right, what do we make of her performance?
She was fantastic. She came in second in the time trial.
I've got to say, as a parent, it must be quite a nervous watch.
I think I'm more nervous than she is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, I think that, I can imagine that to be... and do you, I know that everyone has coaches and support crew, but what are your words of briefing, you know, before you say goodbye and let her get on with her day? Have you got any words of wisdom that you offer?
Stay in the boat.
Yeah, I think that's what I would say as well. Thank you very much. And who do we have here?
Tom Hall, her husband, Annalise's dad.
Okay, wonderful. And do you play a part in coaching at all?
My daughter would never let me coach her, but other than that, I'm logistics. I take care of making sure she gets everywhere she needs to be. And this is her third year, and she's won medals in the last two, so we're excited. She'll hopefully do it again this year.
Amazing. Well, look, before I leave you, final words of encouragement for the rest of Team USA.
Stay in the boat.
Stay in the boat, people. Stay in the boat. Okay, back down to the action on the beach.
And you can't wait to see all the actions here on the water. We are going to start at 3:05 in 3 minutes from now. The next race is the mixed coxed quadruple scull. Non vediamo l'ora di ripartire, mancano 3 minuti alla partenza ufficiale, ripartiremo dal 4 mix. And off we go. Now is the time to see the most spectacular race here. Is the mixed cox quadruple scull, the biggest boats in this event at the beach sprints final racing. United States of America, coxed by Carlson, is officially off, and this is the first of 18 crews that will contest the time trials in the mixed cox quadruple scull.
Well, the team from the USA making quick work of the first two slalom boys. No issues there. The advantage of these coxed quadruple sculls is they have got their very own navigator sat in the back of the boat. They make sure that they point the bows exactly where they want to. It looks like things have settled down slightly there, and I doubt we'll see some of the problems we did earlier. These bigger, heavier boats are going to handle that breaking water a little bit better, able to punch out through that surf, and they will have the power to do so. It's going to be really, really interesting to watch how they handle the conditions and how the conditions change. As always, it will be changing.
Ed ecco quindi la gara più spettacolare del nostro programma, lo stavamo raccontando in inglese proprio poco fa, è il quadruplo mix. Gli Stati Uniti d'America sono in gara, ma ora i riflettori si spostano sull'Italia, si sta preparando la formazione italiana, pronti allo start! Italia, Italia, Italia. Maria Elena Zerboni, Leonardo Tedoldi, Gustavo Ferrio, Sofia Secoli e il timoniere Pippo Wiesenfield. Off we go with the Italian combination.
Clearly a strong combination there, Luca, to handle that bit of breaking water in there. The boat handling issues here are that they've all got to be behind the oars of the stroke, because otherwise they're going to be in the way when the boat gets underway. So all the boat handlers are right at the stern end of the boat, which means that bow is free to pivot in the wind or in the waves. The advantage, though, is that you've got those rowers already in their seats, so they're able to keep the boat steady just using their oars, and if they work together, then they'll be able to do that. We can see there the USA have finished. They're just having a bit of a moment, turning the boat around, trying to stay clear of the surf. These bigger boats just take a little bit more coordination to bring in safely. Looks like they're going to wait for these next sets to pass. We're still doing a water finish here, just allowing safety to be the priority, to let the results be seen out on the water, and then the landing back on the beach all just be about timing it for the safety of the boats and the athletes in them.
Nel frattempo continua la corsa azzurra, gli italiani continuano a volare, Zerboni, Tedoldi, Ferrio, Secoli e Wiesenfield stanno cercando il giusto giro per riuscire a fermare il cronometro con un tempo importante. La Nuova Zelanda intanto cerca lo start, anche in questo caso una formazione medagliata al campionato del mondo di Barletta della passata stagione, fu di bronzo la Nuova Zelanda. Attenzione all'attacco azzurro, bella l'azione, Zerboni, Tedoldi, Ferrio, Secoli, Wiesenfield che cercano ancora di pigiare sull'acceleratore per un tempo prezioso in questa specialità.
Well, that's our first team safely off the water. A well-timed beach landing there. Everybody in, those oars pulled in as quickly as possible. The Italian team there across that finish line, Luke, on the water finish. They're now just going to hold water, wait until the instruction of the boat handlers to get them to bring them back onto the beach. Timing here for the bigger boats, absolutely critical. Not a second too late, the Italian team there, getting their boat on the beach just before a big wave came. You could see that they all knew the pressure and the jeopardy that they were in, themselves in the boat and the boat handlers on the beach. So as soon as they'd committed past that surf line, it was all hands on deck to get the oars out of the way and try and get everybody out of the boat. Down to the wire, but nicely managed by everybody involved.
Oh yeah, they all back on the beach now, and we can't wait to see the next start, which will be the New Zealand combination, the New Zealand crew, who is about to start in this event. And now it's all about New Zealand, and Matthew Dunham, the Cox, did an excellent job jumping on board whilst he was sort of schooling his crew to go through, but big jumps there, Scotty.
Yeah, well, big waves mean big jumps, and that is a big wave coming in towards the beach. That was fantastic timing. We've seen previously there that Matthew Dunham, the Cox, in this mix, quadruple scull is rapid on the beach. He is down there and he's made some spectacular entries into that cockseat, basically hanging on to the stern of the boat as it powers off into the distance ahead of him. So he does not want them to wait for him to be in the seat before they're rowing. He wants them underway and to be catching the boat up, and that was certainly what we saw there. It's an impressive thing watching a boat that size crash off the back of a wave that size. They're making their way out now, past the second slalom point, out towards the first of the turning marks. We can see the swell really start to build all that way out, 250 metres out, knocking that mark down, but as long as it passes the correct side of the hole, then it is fair game and all good.
We can definitely see a lot of power there, and on board of their crew, we can see that Emma Twig, who we just interviewed, silver medalist from Paris, together with Joe Sullivan, coming from sailing back to rowing after winning gold in London 2012, is sort of making a huge difference on the New Zealand combination, and that's the magic of the beach sprint final here in Genoa. Look at out there, New Zealand storming on, flying.
And power is what is on display there, Luca. They have made quick work of that course, flying in back towards that water finish. You can see them trying to slow the boat down, all holding water, trying to get the boat stopped, let the waves pass ahead of them and pick their moment back to the beach. It looks like they may just be coming straight back in though. We've got a lot of power in that boat. As you say there, Joseph Sullivan in the stroke seat. He spent some time in the America's Cup as one of the grinders, and that job is just making power for the boat, and he certainly makes power out there.
It looks like the perfect moment for France in this mixed cox quadruple scull. What a magic start for them, and of course another opportunity to race towards the time. They managed to get out super fast, and at this stage they are really into the lead. So what a magic race and start of the race for them.
Yeah, great start, Luca. One of those moments of relative calm. Certainly not flat water, but not the breaking surf that can make things really, really difficult. And they are out with a fast and furious pace. The sun is up, the clouds clearing. Now it's heating up on the beach, and this pace is certainly heating up out on the water as well. These bigger boats really putting it down and setting some fast times around this course.
standing just keep talking. I'm not doing the test. I'll take this cup off. Oh, okay, cool. The change that
And now it's all about Great Britain. James Walker, another magic star. He's really managed to run fast to his belt and taking the moment. So now it's all about Great Britain leading now.
Yeah, very nice start there for the team from Great Britain. No major hitches, no major issues with the sea stake going out. So it's just about going to be steering as accurate a course out round these turning boys and not giving anything away in terms of meters away from that centre line. They're going to want to be rowing the fewest meters as fast as possible. As you say, the Cox there will be doing everything he can to enable them to do that. Doesn't look like the breeze has got too much element in terms of across the course. I still think we've got a real mix of that onshore and offshore breeze just playing with each other, switching around. The flags just keep pivoting. And that is the team from GBR across that water finish line. They'll now be waiting to pick their moment back in towards the beach. Boat handlers doing an expert job of getting them home safely. We've then got the Spanish team standing by to start, waiting for their instruction to put their boat on the water, get everybody in position and wait for that all-important start buzzer.
And now we can't wait to see Spain racing, and they took the lead and clear one now for them. Oh, what a little problem in C3 at the moment, but it's all back on track, so they're now all powering, they're now pushing harder. Of course, the time is the key, and it's important for all the crews racing to their best in every single sector. So Spain now out.
Yeah, that all-important time, Luca, dictating who goes straight through to the head-to-head knockout racing and who will go through to further heats and time trials later in the day. It's also really important to get their best possible time in these time trials in case there can be any change to the racing program, and these times can be really, really crucial in determining placings from that. So there is nothing to be left behind on the field for this. Everybody's got to do their best to make the best time possible.
Great steering, great direction, wonderful performance. Spain storming home. Scotty, they made us pretty well the last stretch of the race.
Yeah, they have indeed, Luca. They chose to take that second turning mark at speed, making a wider rounding of it, but just keeping the boat speed up. Some people choose to slow right down, cut the corner as sharply as possible, essentially hold water with the inside or pull hard on the outside, pivot the boat and then get going again. But these guys have chosen to keep the speed up, keep the boat moving, and just try and let it carry them home.
And off we go. Now we are clear, Scotty. What a start. And you have to stay super concentrated in that moment, eh?
You certainly do, Loka. Clear but close, I think, is how I would call that one. They spent a lot of time just judging the right moment, waiting, even after the instruction to put the boat in the water came, to let a couple of waves come through. And it just goes to show the judgment that can make or break this race really does start before the boat even hits the water. They had a real job on their hands, trying to keep the bow up. The first wave that came in once the boat got in the water just pushed them slightly around to the left, and it just kept getting worse. So difficult to hold that bow up, particularly when you've got the boat handlers and the stern of the boat anchored onto the beach. That bow is free to pivot, and as soon as you get the wind, the waves, all of that energy in front of the boat, it will just pick it up and push it wherever it wants it. They did a fantastic job of getting on top of it, keeping control of the boat, and once they had David Hussey back in that cock seat, then they were underway, powering out down towards that first turning mark.
Continuano le partenze del 4 mix e voltando pagina i riflettori ora sono sull'Irlanda, poi sarà la Germania con il Portogallo, l'Ucraina, il Perù, Brasile, Polonia e poi ancora Olanda, Giappone, Australia, Egitto e Sudafrica. Tanto ancora da vivere in questa del quadruplo mix, ma al momento l'Irlanda sta cercando di trovare il giusto giro. Bella l'azione incisiva, David Hussey, il timoniere, sta cercando di chiamare questo rush finale conclusivo nel rettilineo, la direttissima verso il traguardo.
Another high-speed wide turn there at turning point 2, keeping that boat speed up, slinging it around that mark and then back in towards the beach. They want to keep the boat moving, keep that hull working in these waves. And, you know, the more rudder input you've got, the more drag there is at the back of the boat. So minimising those adjustments, keeping the boat as straight as possible the whole way, gives you the best chance of keeping that boat fast and getting the best time possible.
What a great sprint there. Germany is officially off, and Raffaele Giuseppe Di Vito from Germany, the cox steering now at a massive sprint there, but also now is trying to give the extra engine, the extra power to his crew. So Germany out in front now. La Germania è tornata con sicurezza a casa. Germany is safely home, and now we can't wait to see Portugal racing in the next race. Una bellissima partenza ancora una volta, i colori del Portogallo. Antonio Rodriguez, il timoniere, sta cercando di dare il giusto sprint alla sua formazione che ora cerca di uscire veloce. And now it's all about Portugal. Is the ninth crew here. We've got a lot to go through, but we are halfway now with Portugal, who is trying to lead and of course register the best time. It's really important for them in this first set of time trials to get the best, to then of course aim in to get into the top 8.
Yeah, that all-important top 8, Luca. If they can be in that top 8, then there's no second time trial for them. They are straight through to the knockouts. So the pressure is on to get the best time possible. And they won't know that until they're back across that virtual finish line and back on the beach, which means they have just got to give it everything out on the water. We can see a nice aggressive turn coming around that first turning mark, getting the boat back up to speed across the head of the course. The second turning mark where we've seen people keep that boat speed up, take it a bit wider, not having the slalom to deal with on the way back. It is just straight line speed back to the beach. Those bigger swells certainly look a little bigger on the left-hand side of the course. If they can hook into one of them and keep the power up at the right moment, then they can just sit on that wave the whole way home.
And now it's officially off for them. Portugal, they really tried hard. Let's wait for the official time here.
Absolutely, Luca. We will all be waiting for those official times, but for now, they're just, you see the blades go in the water, stopping the boat, putting the brakes on, and waiting for the wave to pass underneath them so they can get the boat safely home.
The extra gear, the extra energy, all thanks to our DJ Kovel, Anastasia Kozy, the coxer from Ukraine, now steering the boats and giving the extra gear to all of those athletes racing here in this magic mixed cox to quadruple scull. Was a storming start. Though Ukraine won the endurance last week in the quadruple, and now they wanna win for sure again today.
Oh, I have no doubt that they want to win here just as much as they wanted to win last weekend. And when they did last weekend, we saw really, really strong performances, particularly from the Cox quadruple sculls in those endurance events, those 4 kilometre. So we'll see how the team turns their hand to the short, sharp 500 metres of beach sprints. Well, it's what looks like a fast and furious pace around the course. Again, we saw that trademark kind of handbrake turn around the first mark. They're coming in from the left-hand side of the course after that second slalom puts them on the inside line. So it's a bigger turn to make, and the speed stays up, just letting the cocks do all of the steering at the back, not with the oars, keeping the boat moving, coming for a wide slingshot around turning point 2, and back in, full speed ahead towards that water finish line. The cocks will have eyes on that flag, urging his team on ahead of him, not wanting them to give up anything until he knows that they have crossed that line. And cross that line they have. The brakes go on, the boat slows down. Now they'll wait for the right moment to bring it home, as everybody else on the beach waits to line up the boat for the next start, which will be Peru.
There was a big sprint from Peru. Adrian Rivas stormed really. Oh, and now they on that big wave. Scotty, was a great start for Peru, eh?
Yeah, it was indeed. I think maybe some of the momentum and the pressure behind that sprint was he could see the wave coming, and he knew if he didn't get in that seat and get the boat moving, it was going to be a problem. But it looks like that they've managed to put the hull of the boat the wrong side of the mark. That is a big issue. There's a 30-second time penalty for missing that, so you need a quick decision as to whether that you are just going to run on with the race and take the penalty, or whether it's going to take less time to get the boat turned around and back down again. We'll have to wait for a final decision on that, but from where I was looking, it certainly looked like they left it down the starboard side of the boat, so they will need to be quick to try and recover from that.
Bellissimo ancora una volta, la voglia di andare a volare. Adrian Rivas sta cercando di dare davvero una marcia in più a questa formazione. 18 anni di passione, 18 anni di esperienza, ed ora il giro di boa e il Perù in corsa per una delle prime 8 posizioni.
Well, the two end turning points under their belts, and they are bringing the boat home now. They're right back on that centre line. The left-hand blade tips just skimming past those two marks that show them the straight line back towards the beach. It will just be flat-out power now, whole way home, watching out for that finish flag.
Dance, 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 dance. Guess who is about to start? Pedro, show me some dance. Ba, 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 ba. Sorry, it took me quite a bit, but I was dancing. Here we are with Brazil. Keep it up, DJ Cavell. I really want to see what you're going to play for Australia, eh? Well, I'm really sad. Well, it's time to jump on board here, Scotty. We are about to turn the last buoy over there. And of course, we are approaching the second half of the race. So how does it look from your position?
Well, it looks good. I think they've got a good start. I'd say these bigger boats definitely handling these beach starts better. Just the heavier boats able to deal with the breaking water, that white water straight off the beach. And those that can manage to keep the bow up are having really, really nice starts. And once they're underway, there is no stopping them. The swell rolling in has reduced. We're not seeing as much, I don't think, wave height out on the course. So it is all just about making the navigation, not giving away any extra meters to being too far off course, and just making sure they get the right side of all of these buoys. And then it is just pure power straight down this line back towards the beach. Going to be really, really exciting to see what times all these teams are getting.
And now we are off. Well done to Brazil. What a great performance for you. I'm really sure the music helped you out. Sicuramente la musica avrà aiutato la formazione brasiliana. Bellissima l'azione. What a magic finish there. Well done to you. But now we can concentrate. The next in line is Poland.
Well, what a start there from the team from Poland, making their way out through a big wave just coming through. You saw there that the Peacock's having to essentially just stand up and ride the back of the boat like a surfboard, but they are well underway. They've got a bit of distance to come back towards the left-hand side of the course to leave that second mark to starboard, but it looks like they are bringing the boat down across the left now. A good start though, so they may have the time to spare for having gone that wide.
touching the last buoy, but now they are off. That was it for Poland. Maria Takzek called the crew. They are stopping now, and we can't wait to see them back on the beach. Before we move into the next, and I can't really wait to see the Netherlands racing, talking about amazing moments, I've never seen Ben Cunham dancing, but I saw him just then. And this is the race. Questa è la gara, questa è l'Olanda. Attenzione alla partenza esplosiva. We got Olympic medalists here from Paris and golden boys and girls here racing towards a dream. Oh, look at out there. Look at the steering, Scotty. What's going on over there?
I'm not sure, Luca. It looks like there may be an issue. I can see the Cox looking back, reaching back, trying to make an adjustment there. It was a stylish and spectacular entry into the seat. She essentially ricocheted off the shoulder of the boat handler into the seat, and they were off. They had no time to spare, though, with another set of waves coming in, but it looked like that maybe in with all that water moving through the boat, something got caught up and just meant they weren't able to bring the boat back around to port, but they seem to be on track now. They're around the first mark, nice and wide. The second mark, they've knocked down, but as long as the hull of the boat goes the right side, then that is all that counts, and they look like they are back in full control, making their way down to turning point 1.
Una formazione straordinaria, bellissima la formazione olandese con a bordo i medagliati olimpici, la voglia è quella di andare sicuramente ad imporsi, stanno facendo molto bene il loro percorso, l'Olanda continua a lottare, ora il rettilineo, se volete vedere un po' di potenza questo è il momento giusto. If you want to see, I was telling in Italian, but if you want to see some speed, this is the time with the Netherlands storming home straight.
Well, that team there from the Netherlands just hooking onto that swell, riding it back to the beach. Perfect timing to let the power of that wave bring them home across the line. Brakes on now, just waiting for the moment to let the next big wave pass before they come back to the beach. Team from Japan just lining up, boat going in the water, ready for their turn.
Building. We are so lucky. We have the best DJ ever here at the Beach Sprint Finals here in Genoa. Okay, back on the back on the race here. So, is the mixed quadruple scull on the water? Is the Japanese combination here racing Cox by Yayusuke Kimachi, and he is really struggling at the moment, trying to find the right direction there. So a few steerings there happening, and looks like they went into the chicane like they did last week.
Yeah, absolutely. That's 2 in a row with some steering difficulties there. We'll find out a bit later on when we talk to the teams back on the beach exactly what happened. But that is a really, really big slalom and a lot of extra distance road for the team. So they're going to have to work hard to make that back. I wonder, I can just see something at the back of the boat, a little rooster tail kicking up there. I wonder if maybe there's just a little issue with something with the rudder or the steering gear. But that's one of the things. There's so much water moving, so much energy in these beach starts that there's real potential for damage. So the boat handler's got such an important job to do, trying to keep the boat safe and intact, so that rowers can row the best, most high-performance race that they possibly can. They seem to be taking all the turns quite wide, making their way down turning point 1 now. We'll have a look, see if they look a little more in control on the straight back to the beach.
And that is off. Japan, welcome back, welcome home. Well done to you. But now, Scotty, is the time. We are about to call the next time trial, and we are flying to Australia.
Well, that is the start, Luca, yes, from the team from Australia. I think they've flown to us rather than we're flying to them. A little bit of trouble, the cock's just getting in the seat there, but she is in, just trying to get the back of the seat up there. The team are not waiting, though. They are off, which is exactly what she would want, powering out towards the first mark. So far, looking in control, no issues with steering. It just goes to show, you know, it's a dynamic entry and a dynamic beginning to these races, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's one of the races that you don't want to miss. Here on board, we've got Spencer Turin, gold medalist in the men's 4 in Tokyo. He was an Olympic champion 3 years ago, and now he's transitioning into coastal rowing and having that experience on board. Most of the crew were in Paris here. Amanda Ben Georgie, she lost to be called Big Georgie or Georgina, depends on the occasions. So what a magic start here is Australia pushing really hard. You can see the energy on board of this race.
You certainly can, Luca. Energy start to finish at every different bit of this. As you say, so many people making the transition to coastal rowing, and we're seeing more and more power in these boats, but power without the skill to navigate them home and navigate the conditions will not do it by themselves, which is why you need a bit of everything. It's a whole toolbox of skill sets required to succeed in coastal rowing. Well, Luca on there, the final 100 metres coming back now. I can just see some swells building behind them. They're going to want to try and hook into those as much as possible. If you can sit on a wave and ride it home, it does some of the work for you. If it goes ahead of you, though, it feels like you're rowing uphill, stuck in the back of it where that water's decelerating. They managed to, I think they found the middle ground there. That must be a good time.
Two more crews to go through, Scotty, Egypt and South Africa. Those are the last two racing in the mixed cox quadruple scull. And here we had a change in our program. We got South Africa now on. Then the last will be Egypt. South Africa is officially off. A lot of cheering there, a lot of support, and they are racing towards their dream.
They certainly are, Luca. They're going to need to make sure they get the navigation right round this buoy right first time. Little bit of correction there at the end. Clearly just taking a moment to settle into the navigation of the course. But it does look like that they are round it the right way. Hull of the boat down the mark, left-hand side of the boat, and powering their way now. Bit of a course correction coming back across. We've seen a really, really strong showing for a lot of the South African teams in this event this year, so we will certainly be watching them in years to come as they get some really, really valuable experience as they start to build all of that coastal.
Le ultime due formazioni a gareggiare nel quadruplo mix con Sud Africa in questo momento in gara, ma ovviamente i riflettori sono anche per l'Egitto. Sarà l'ultima formazione in partenza in questa specialità.
that is the team from South Africa across that line, that water finish. And they're now just going to get the boat safely back on the beach. And hopefully shortly we will have the team from Egypt underway. They were just sorting out some technical problems with the boat, which is why they've moved the slot. South Africa first, so we'll just be waiting for an update on when the Egyptian team will be racing shortly. Well, it looks like those boat issues are resolved, and we have got our final race in the time trial of the Coastal Mix Cox Quadruple Sculls about to take place. And just to make sure we kept the excitement all the way to the end, big surf, big break coming in. Just there we're getting the boat ready. That bow pointing right up, 30, 40 degrees into the sky before coming down on the back of the wave. But they are underway. I saw their cox there having a quick look back just to make sure there were no issues with the steering. Maybe just seeing what happened to teams ahead of him. Wanted to make sure they were in the clear before he needed it. Got to make sure you go the right side of these marks. 30-second time penalties for missing the slalom marks on the way out. Not time anyone has to spare. Well, that is the crew from Egypt around that second turning mark. A tight turn around that. They managed to keep the speed up by the looks of it, though, coming back towards the beach. A spectacular backdrop to the beach sprints with the ships coming across the back of it as the Egyptian team bring their coxed quadruple scull home. Well, this is the final race of that Cox quadruple sculls, the final time trial of the first round of time trials. The team from Japan rerunning their race due to some issues with the rudder previously, meaning that they didn't have control of the boat as they should have done. So technical issues here, forcing a rerun of this race. They've taken a bit of time just to get the boat sorted, but they will now be underway looking for the best time they can possibly give it on the second time round.
Questa è davvero l'ultima prova del nostro programma, è una gara ripetuta, quella del Giappone, a causa di problematiche tecniche la scelta di ripercorrere questa sfida, una prova importante per la formazione giapponese che ora corre decisa verso il tempo in questa specialità del 4 mix.
Well, no such steering issues this time round for that team from Japan. They are rowing a perfectly straight course.
Check, yeah. Okay.
Yes, all good. I think we'll see. So that concludes the mixed coxed quadruple sculls. Again, a very eventful time trial indeed. And the first time that we've seen the quads out in action. So interesting to see the differences there as well, Luca.
Well, a lot of difference here. And of course, the speed is number one, but then the ability of jumping on board, the cogs trying to climb the boat to jump on board. And we have seen that with the Australians. A lot of difference here. Definitely the speed was number one.
Absolutely. And, you know, nobody wants anything to go wrong out there at the start or the finish. But when you've got 4 people, 5 people to think about, it just adds that extra level of jeopardy. So we'll take a breather. As you may have noticed, we're with Team Australia here. Hopefully you've had a bit of time for a breather since you were out on the water. How do you feel that went?
Yeah, I was really happy with it. I think we all were. Not everything went right, like you said, like coastal rowing, first time for all of us. So just enjoying the atmosphere and being here and figuring things out on the run, really. So, yeah, it was good.
And you say first time coastal rowing for all of you. I have to mention Spencer Turin, of course, gold medalist amongst us here. So Can I ask you, is it too soon to ask about the differences? Are you loving the beach sprint? What's it throwing up for you that's different?
Yeah, I'm loving the difference, to be honest. It's a really good atmosphere. Yeah, it's way more fun than still water, to be honest with you. I'm really excited. It's going to be in the next Olympics. So, yeah, hopefully we can, Australia can make a jump forward with it.
And I've got to say, we could so tell that you all loved it because you were smiling from ear to ear when we came to see you. So we got that vibe straight away, which was awesome. And just quickly as well, navigating the waves out there. Now, I've heard that the majority of you are surfers, so that gives you a bit of an edge. Is that true?
I think you should ask some of these guys that one.
Okay.
I'm definitely not a surfer, so maybe Ben can answer, or Amanda, or...
Amanda.
Yeah, that doesn't give you help at all. Yeah, I feel like it's meant to be an asset, but out there that is unpredictable, to say the least.
Okay, good to know, good to know. Thank you for that insight. Luca.
Georgie, for you, was sort of a big challenge, you transitioning from classic rowing into coastal. Like, you took this idea on board and you stayed on from Paris. You stayed an extra month in Europe. You came in May, you spent 90 days in Europe, and now you are in Genoa. So what does it mean for you?
Yeah, I actually went home for a couple of weeks and did jump in the boat a couple of times, but full credit to these guys. They've been overseas since May and a long time away from home, and yeah, it's been a pretty big campaign for us, I think, and it's also been really nice to have something to look forward to. And like Spencer said, it's an awesome atmosphere, and yeah, I think we're just really loving it and loving being a part of our Aussie team.
Well, Spence loved Italian ice cream, and we know that. So what's your favorite Italian food?
Oh, the pizza's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, but don't tell me pineapple on top of it.
No pineapple, not here.
Thank you, Georgie.
So we know what your celebratory meal is going to be then. Pizza and gelato, sounds good to me. Great to hear from the athletes. We do have more racing coming up. I believe 4:30 is the next set of time trials, and that is the men's under 19 double sculls. So still lots of action to look forward to, and as I say, that's at 4:30. But for now, we'll leave you to enjoy the tunes of Mark Cavell, and we will see you shortly.
first, quick high. I reckon give the info first, then do a quick high.
Sequence first and then a high.
They're going to call the 3 minutes.
3 minutes from the start. We are just over 3 minutes away from our next time trial. The countdown is on. There we go. Perfect timing. So we have our under-19 men's double sculls coming up. After that, we will have the under-19 women's double sculls, and then it will be the PR3 mixed. So we've still got 3 categories to go. A little change. We will not be running the second round of time trials, so they will not be happening. We will be going off of the first round of time trials, and the top 16 will be picked from those times.
Mancano davvero pochissimi minuti, in realtà oramai saranno solo 2, 3 gare alla chiusura del programma mattutino, ma la cosa più importante è che c'è stato un cambio, quindi i migliori 16 di ogni prova verranno selezionati in base ai risultati di questa mattinata. Le ultime 3 regate, il doppio under 19 maschile e femminile e il doppio PR3.
So as we say, lots of action still to look forward to, higher stakes for those first time trial rounds, which we knew could have been the case. It was always an option. So 2 minutes to go until competition. The athletes are here, they're ready. Is the crowd ready? Fans, are you ready?
Siete pronti? Are you ready? We are about to start 1.5 minutes from now.
Here we go, the countdown is on.
Put the boats in the water. Attention.
And off we go. It's now time for the time trials of the under-19 men's double scull. We start from France. We are on the beach. We've seen the France combination out. First big wave there. Scotty, how does it look from your position?
Well, it looks a little more manageable than we saw earlier today, but that does not mean it is easy. We've still got some relatively significant waves breaking in on the beach. So again, all about timing. Boat handlers, really big part of this. Getting the teams away as quick, safely as possible without any damage to the boats. But they made nice work of that and are powering down, of course, the slalom, the turning points, and then the straight line back to the beach.
Okay, right. Yeah.
So first up, representing
Okay,
so-and-so.
let's check tomorrow.
Then it cues the crowd to get as well.
See all your...
Just need someone to, as on the screen, say go next, and then you need to speed up. Say next. Someone's pulling.
Yeah, I'm with.
team from Spain there having a nice clean start out. A little bit of waves coming in just at the wrong moment, but handled with ease. The boat handlers were already getting that boat underway by the time that stroke rower was even starting to get in his seat. He had to catch the boat up, but he did catch it up, and they are powering down, wanting to catch up any time ahead of him.
Una partenza straordinaria, la Francia da un lato in rientro, la Spagna dall'altro a costruire, ma ora ci prepariamo per i nostri azzurri. Leonardo Bellomo, Pasquale Tamborino si stanno preparando per lo start ufficiale. Grande attenzione in questa sfida del doppio maschile. Ed ora la partenza degli azzurri, l'Italia in gara, Leonardo Bellomo, Pasquale Tamborino a correre, questa coppia pugliese alla grande in partenza, subito la determinazione per entrare nel prossimo turno e allora gli azzurri volano ancora, Pasquale Tamborino e Leonardo Bellomo cercano il giusto giro, solpano le onde su e giù come dei fulmini per la corsa ai migliori tempi.
Well, a nice start there. Big wave coming in just as they were getting in the boat, but all kept under control. The conditions have started to settle down now. There's still these breaking waves, but it's nowhere near the height and the power of the water that we saw earlier in the day. So particularly with the double boats, we'll see how the solos handle it later, but the double boats certainly not causing too many problems getting underway now.
And we are off again with two twins, brother Oliver and Benjamin Sanoxo from Great Britain. Look at out there, the two twin brother, they are storming out.
Yeah, they are indeed storming out, as you say, Luca. Again, just a wave coming through. It's always at that critical moment when the sprinters trying to get in the boat and get themselves settled. But they have clearly been training for this moment and handled with ease, making their way out. Nice bit of navigation around the first mark, not giving away too much in the centre line of the course there. Just passing the second slalom mark now. We've got the pair from Italy coming back down the left-hand side of the course. They'll be watching out for that flag about to drop any moment now.
And off we go again now. It's time for Ukraine to storm out and Italy on the beach. We go then, let's welcome back Leonardo Bellomo and Pasquale Tamborino. But on the other side, as we were saying, is Ukraine off now.
Well, a good start there from the pair from Ukraine. They didn't give anything away on that turning point. I was keeping a close eye through my binoculars just to see how it was looking, but I think they did get the correct side of it. As I say, often boats choosing to run very close and let the outriggers do the work of taking the buoy underneath and past the boat so they can keep on rowing unchecked. Left a little bit more space for the second mark. It might be that the breeze has come across the course slightly from the right, so I think is maybe setting everybody slightly down to the left here. So it's been moving around all day, the wind, and it's certainly different on the beach to what it is doing to the flags of the boats out on the water. Only those out at that second turning point now will know exactly what it's doing.
Yes, Cody, you are exactly right. You confirmed that the wind is went all over the place today. And now it's all about Germany. They are about to start on board now. A wave that tried to stop the combination, but they were super concentrated, and that means that they are officially off, storming, pushing hard, trying to find the best with them, and of course trying to find the speed that they want to race in their best capacity in this under 19 men's double scull.
Well, the speed looking good out there so far, Luca. Past that second slalom mark on the way to the turning point. But as we've seen before, speed without direction won't get you where you need to be in this event. So they've got to make sure they've got their navigation spot on. But it looks like they do. They are making that tight turn around turning point 1 now, holding water with their right hand oars, pulling hard with the left, getting the boat pivoted round. And we'll see if they use the same technique on this one or whether they... No, they do. So they're holding water, nice tight turn, and then it will be getting the boat moving again, flat out for that water finish line.
Una giornata magica, una corsa straordinaria ed ora la Germania torna a casa. Is Germany finishing off their race, but on the other side we can really see Poland pushing hard together with Peru.
Yeah, it looked like a really, really fast start to that leg from Peru there. Lorenzo Diaz-Canseco and Thomas Parry making quick work of the first two slalom boys. They were out of the blocks, nice and fast. Clearly didn't have too many issues getting the boat out through the surf. And yeah, storming their way down the right-hand side of the course. Well, the pair from Ireland trying to take that pace to the course as well. Orrin O'Donovan and Aidan Barry having a good start. They just have to check themselves slightly, getting a little bit out of sync just off the beach, but then straight back into it. They're past that first slalom mark. They'll be keeping an eye out over their left-hand shoulder, looking for that second yellow buoy, making sure that it passes down the right-hand side of the boat, and then it is all out for that end point, 250 metres from the beach, for a tight turn across the course, and then about 250 metres back towards the beach for the water finish line.
Ed ecco quindi il taglio del traguardo, un arrivo straordinario da un lato, un'altra partenza importante, but we are now focusing to the next one, will be the United States of America, who is going to start shortly.
Well, the pair from Poland there having a good start out through the waves. It just gave them a moment. A little bit of a pickup just they were about to get in the boat, but then settled down for a moment. Obviously, taking the time to focus on the navigation. It's better to take that half second to make sure you're putting the power in the right direction. Looks like they've done that. Coming back towards the centre line of this leg out, around the second slalom mark.
What a sprint from the combination representing United States of America. And now we are off again with this combination trying to storm away this under-19 men's doubles cup. Hi, Camilla.
And storming away they are, Luca, as we see so much. Slightly different techniques everybody has for launching the boat, choosing there to keep the boat in deeper water. A bit more of a run through for the sprinter, but it means there's less chance of getting grounded on the beach afterwards and less chance of breaking a fin or causing any damage to the back of the boat that might slow them down when they're on the water. We'll see if the slightly slower entry into the boat is going to affect their time now they're out on the water.
And so we off again, and now it's all about Australia. Samuel Forbes there together with his partner, trying to impress the crowd, of course, trying to find their speed, the best speed to go through into the next stage, but is now off, and they are pushing really hard, trying to find the right speed there to keep the under-19 men's double in the lead.
And it looks like they've got good speed out on the left-hand side of the course. We've got the pair from Poland coming back down. They went a little wide there, just nicked the edge of the exclusion zone, but they've managed to bring it back in towards that racing line, back towards the beach. And that's them across that virtual line. Got the team from the USA, also on the left-hand side of the course. As you say, that Australian pair tearing it out towards that first turning point, nearly at it.
If we've saw... And now we've got three crews in the same race, three crew racing together. It's Egypt now, Morris and Holstein started just then, and so the three crews contesting this time trials. Australia storming home a few strokes ago, and now the official buzzer. And so you made it for today. But now it's time for Estonia, who just started there. Nikolai Kiradi, Marcus Vikas, ahead of the medal of New Zealand. Jackie Newton and Charles Bell. Oh yeah, I can hear and feel the crowd. Oh yeah, now let's run with it. Ed ora corriamo con lui e la Nuova Zelanda. Jackie Newton and Charles Bear, coached by Felix Noyd at this stage. Oh, actually, what an amazing start there. And I'm really pleased to hear the crowd there. And I'm sure they're really, really happy to see this combination storming out there. Well done.
Yeah, quick run there by Charles Beale down to the boat, but the pair of them, Jake Newton and Charles Beale, powering out across relatively calm water to that first mark. They've come a long way round to the left there on the inside of the course. The boat handlers directing them back to the centre line, trying to get them on the shortest distance possible. You know, the team that can row the least distance the fastest will be the ones that come out of this with the best times. As we say, we're progressing straight through, no second heat, so it is all about those top 16 times now.
Scotty was
let's put this in Italian, sorry. Scotty stava giustamente spiegando che l'importante è entrare nei primi 16 top 16 e quindi è fondamentale fermare il tempo in queste posizioni. Estonia sul traguardo, ora è il turno della Nuova Zelanda in partenza, abbiamo Austria. I can feel the tension. I can see that people are sort of timing this combination. It's all about New Zealand and they can't wait to see this combination back. Jack and Charles crossing the line now. I really hoped there would be celebrations tonight.
Well, a nice start there for the pair from Finland. Kasper Salmi and Andre Salmi having a clean start out. No big breaking water for them. That is just the luck of the draw. They are now making their way out towards that first mark, past the first slalom mark, into the inside of the track, back around it to the outside of the track, and then across the top of the course before that straight home.
And now it's all about Japan, who started this race instead of time trials. But on the other side, we've seen crossing the line the group from Finland. Few strokes in for Japan. Was not an easy one for them, eh?
No, it certainly wasn't, Luca. The boat handlers and in the bow seat, their work cut out to just hold the boat steady. You know, you've got to feel for whoever's in that bow seat getting held in that surf, because they can't see which way it's going. So they just need to entirely trust that the boat handlers have got it under control and just sit tight, do what they can, and go from there. I think potentially a little confusion there, though, for the team of Japan. They might have made that a pass on the wrong side. For that first point, looked like there was some hesitation working out what their plan was. It seems like they've decided to keep on going, though. We'll see how that pans out in the official results later, but for now they are continuing out towards that second slalom buoy.
Todorus and Kozaku from Cyprus are off. And again, another opportunity for Cyprus to contest this world champ here in Genoa. What an amazing start for them. They did super well now, and they are trying to find their speed to perform and get into the best 16.
Well, some tense moments there as a team from South Africa were holding the boat in the water, waiting for a couple of big swells to go through. Clearly, everybody keeping their eyes on the course, just waiting until the big sets had passed before starting the race and having that stroke run down to the boat, into the seat and off. So luckily, once they were underway in the race, the worst of the swell had gone through underneath them, and they are now powering their way down on the left-hand side of the course. We've got the team from Cyprus making their way straight towards the beach, shortly to cross that water finish line. Team from the Bahamas, boat in the water, ready to go.
And this is a key, that's the start, and a big wave sort of impinging on the Bahamas double, but they are out now and they can express their best, they can row towards their goal. What an amazing start there, che gara straordinaria. Le Bahamas ora sono in gara, hanno gestito benissimo l'ultimo momento, ma noi ci prepariamo anche per la partenza dello Sri Lanka, l'ultima barca in gara nel Time Trials Under 19 del doppio. And that's the last start of the under-19 men's double scull. The time trials here are nearly done with Sri Lanka off right now.
Yeah, nice start there from the pair from Sri Lanka. Managed to get clear of the water, the turbulent, choppy water on the beach, and straight out. Also a nice finish for the team from South Africa, though. They managed to pick up a swell rolling into the beach and just kept in sync with it, kept on top of it, and managed to ride it the whole way into the finish line, letting the sea do some of the work for them. You can get some really, really fast times and fast finishes if you can do that.
E dopo le Bahamas l'ultima formazione ad arrivare sarà quella dello Sri Lanka, che chiuderà il sipario sul doppio maschile.
And that last boat is just coming in now to conclude the Coastal Men's Under-19 double sculls. And let's not forget that because we're not having the second time trials, it's all or nothing out there on the water today. So it will have been tense out there and everything at stake.
Yeah, Gemma, that was amazing. And of course, the best 16 have been selected. They had to go full gas. They had to go full speed. And the best 16 have been selected. What an amazing race there. But we've got the next one in less than 3 minutes from now.
We absolutely do, and that will be the Coastal Under-19 women's double sculls. And again, they will be giving it everything to get through to the next qualifier, which is the next 16 to go through. So it is imminent, and we're very much looking forward to seeing what they've got in the tank, what they're going to deliver for us out there on the water. Very much looking forward to this.
Yeah, we can't wait to the next one, as you were correctly saying, is the Under-19 women's double scull. And, of course, another opportunity for 17 crews racing for 16 places.
Okay, so there's going to be one slightly disappointed team at the end of this. But yes, as we've only got 2 categories left, I believe. So if you are here with us and just for the day, then soak it all up and enjoy it. The last little bit of action for the day.
You don't want to be last. Less than a minute now. And here we are off with the under-19 women's double scull, and we start with the Italian combination, Alessandra 40 and Chiara Tamborino racing here. They are representing Italy, but it's sort of a family affair. Alessandra here is also with her brother Michele, and the same is for Chiara. We got Pasquale here. Attenzione, ora un affare di famiglia, abbiamo i due fratelli a fare il tifo ai compagni di squadra e ancora l'Italia lì davanti, la prima nazione.
Really nice, clean start there from the pair from Spain. The surf on the beach settling down more and more as the afternoon goes on. I do wonder though, Luca, looking at the flags lifting slightly, whether we've got some breeze back in play again. I can see the dark shadows and telltale signs of wind on the water starting to make its way across the course, and I think that that could turn into a crosswind that might start to affect things. Certainly be interesting to see how much space everybody ends up leaving to the marked roundings up to the right, and whether they all get pushed down to the left-hand side. Well, another pair of twins in the French boat there, making quick work of the first section of this course out again. The boat handlers on the beach for Cyprus, still with their work cut out, keeping the boat steady.
And now they're coming home, and now they crossing the line. Is Italian combination here. Alessandra 40, Chiara Tamborino hanno completato la loro gara, la loro sfida davanti alla Spagna, poi la Francia, ma siamo in gara anche con Cipro. Si prepara il Perù.
So as Cyprus make their way out, it is that pair from Spain crossing that water finish line now, powering in. They'll be putting the brakes on, stopping the boat to bring it safely back into the beach. Again, with these time trials, so much to look at. The prep on the beach, the sprint, the row out, the row back, and those bringing the boats back in towards the beach. Constant action here on the water and on the sand. Well, that's the pair from GBR on the water and underway there. Caitlin Lockie and Lucy Whiteley powering their way out towards that first mark. I think this breeze has really started to pick up here, coming across the course, right to left. So they're going to have to be careful to not get swept down to the inside of these slalom marks as they make their way out and push too far wide towards that no-go zone on the return leg back to the beach.
Oh, really? Oh, make me cry. We do it tomorrow. Fine, we interviewed the Australians.
Oh, and not that.
And they beat the Australians. I doubt, but I'm going to check.
But they were still
Well, the pair from Ukraine underway there. Momentary problem, I think, with potentially feet. It looks like the stroke's got some issues there. They're now back underway. That's the second time she's had to pause just to sort out a problem on the boat. They'll have to work hard to make up any seconds given away to that, but I'm sure they will be already making their way past that second slalom mark. Boat handlers on the beach, waving. The animation there, a reflection of how it's going on the water, I find. If you want to know how things are looking, you look at the amount of movement going on with the boat handlers on the beach. What you want to see is somebody standing still with both hands up, and then you know things are going well on the water.
Now for Austria, again, another combination here. Eva and Tina from Latvia are officially off. Another opportunity for them. This is a race you don't want to miss. Only the last will be out. Who will be the last, Scotty?
Well, for that, we'll have to wait and see how the times look, Luca. There's so many opportunities to make really fast-paced down some of these sections, but also so many chances to give away precious seconds or even big penalties if you miss any of these boys. I think now this wind is really starting to push people across the course from the right down to the left. So we've seen people go really wide on the return back onto the beach. So those that are standing on the beach will be keeping a really close eye to see how it's affecting the competitors that go ahead of them and make sure they try and compensate for those conditions early. pair from the USA underway on the right-hand side of the course. We've got Annalise Hall in the bow seat and Annalie Duncombe in the stroke seat. They made light work of tricky lawn conditions. Again, really impressive boat handling there from the USA boat handlers. They've clearly got a system for how to keep these boats as stable as possible when there's no rower in them and when there's a rower in them. Two different techniques I've been noticing, but both seem to be really, really effective and give a reliable, stable platform for the sprinter to hop into. Pair from New Zealand underway with, again, a really, really nice clean start. Not too many breaking waves for them coming in, but they certainly look like they've got no issues handling anything that comes their way. We then got the team from Ireland now storming back towards the beach on the left-hand side of the course. Pair from the USA already around that second turning point, bows pointing home, all about straight line speed and making sure they don't get pushed too far off to their right.
Continuano le partenze, ma soprattutto lo spettacolo nel doppio femminile. La corsa è ancora una volta aperta. Nessuno vuole arrivare ultimo, solo l'ultimo esce dai giochi in questa specialità. And now it's all about Canada. We off again. This is all about this race. And the women's doubles call is their opportunity. But now on the beach, we got the United States of America.
Yeah, good start there, Luca, for the pair from Canada, handling the breaking waves coming in without any issues at all. It seems that we've got a slightly bigger set of swell come through again, ever changing. It'll die down, then it will come back up again. The one thing's for sure is it's going to keep us all on our toes and keep the competition exciting. Well, as our final team get ready on the beach in the Bahamas, we've got the pair from Portugal on their way back down towards the beach. Clearly dialed into the conditions, making sure they've not been pushed too far off to the left as the breeze builds across the course. You can see the sea state, the ripples deepen and darken as the swell rolls in. This could be a tricky start for the Bahamas.
Ed ora con la partenza delle Bahamas andiamo ad archiviare anche i time trials del doppio femminile. This was the last start for the women's double scull. Bahamas racing now.
Well, a big wave came in there just as Bahamas were trying to get the boat entered and launched, but they seem to have got themselves sorted out and underway. Looked like a great job once again from the boat handlers of keeping it as stable and safe as possible as the rowers got themselves sorted out and underway. They are our final boat on the course, making their way down through the slalom. On the left-hand side, the pair from South Africa. A little wide, they're going to have to come a long way back towards the centre line. Really interesting that people's navigation's fairly spot on the way out. When they're looking at the beach, they can pick out transits, back bearings, lots of techniques they can use. But when you're coming back with only open water and the horizon behind you, it is so much harder to keep a course, to keep a direction and know where you're going. And that's where those that have got more experience in these conditions can really find an advantage. So hard when you've just got a horizon behind you to get a sense of distance and course. Well, it's a fast and furious pace on the water and on the beach. We've got that final boat from the Bahamas out in our coastal junior women's double sculls, making their way back in, clearly compensating for the wind, coming back towards the centre line of that course, and they will be the last boat across that water finish line.
Still got to mention the parade. We still mention
the race.
Yeah.
And that's the pair from the Bahamas just making their way across that water finish line now. The conditions changing and getting trickier out there. How does it look from the top of the beach with you, Luca?
Thank you, Scotty. Well, this is Gemma currently talking. And yes, that concludes the Coastal Under-19 Women's Double Sculls. Coming up next, in less than 2 minutes, we have the Coastal PR3 Mixed Double Sculls. After that, don't forget, we do have the Parade of Nations in the city centre. Athletes, make sure you get the buses at 6 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. to be at the Parade of Nations.
Siamo pronti per la prossima partenza con il doppio PR3 Mix. Intanto però noi ricordiamo a tutti voi che alle 19 ci sarà la gran parata, la cerimonia d'apertura di questo eccezionale campionato del mondo di beach sprint. Per facilitare la partecipazione sono stati organizzati 2 pullman, uno alle 18, uno alle 18:30 di fronte a Villa Chiosone. Mi raccomando, non perdete il pullman e partecipati numerosi alla cerimonia d'apertura. Last race of the day is officially off. We've got the PR3 Mix double scale now, and it's all about Australia now with Russell and Tigger racing here. Then it's Great Britain, then Italy. We've got 8 crews contesting this event. Australia started pretty well there, Scotty.
Yeah, they certainly did, Luca. We've just gone from one double scull event into another, so we've seen how the boats have been performing in these conditions. The sea state doesn't look to be changing too much, but there is just a line of wind coming in from the seaward side. You can start to see the surface of the water come alive. All these little cat's paws and white horses really bringing a level of texture and depth to that we've not seen yet today. So we'll see how much change there can be between now. Only 8 time trials, 8 races in this time trial, so we're going to see how much difference it can bring. But the breeze is up, the flags are moving in a way they haven't done all day, so people are going to have to change quick and adapt to the conditions on the course.
Ci si deve adattare, cambiano ancora la direzione, le bandiere, questo significa che tutto sta cambiando, ma noi siamo in partenza con la Gran Bretagna. Now the second crew is officially off, is Great Britain racing here, and they are storming out. What a great start for them. So we got on the course Australia and Great Britain contesting this PR3 double.
Yeah, great start, Luca. Again, handling the conditions with ease. Really nothing like what we've seen this morning in terms of big breaking waves on the beach, but still enough to make things really challenging for the athletes and the boat handlers alike. So, you know, such just incredible teamwork in the boat and out the boat required in this event to get people off to a good start.
And I'm sure all the local fans are really excited. We can't wait to see this Italian combination racing. Ed ora ancora una volta in italiano per dare uno sguardo a questa formazione azzurra, Arianna Noseda e Marco Frank a gareggiare nel doppio PR3 con grandi obiettivi. A lot of action on the course. We got Great Britain about to cross the line. Italy racing 2K officially off. 3 crews on the course in this PR3 double.
Yeah, the pair from Turkey are there, clearly right spot on with their navigation. Not too much encouragement required from those boat handlers on the beach. Those hands up in the air indicating that they're to go straight. And if they're going straight, it means they're going in the right direction. Past that first mark with no issues at all. Out on the left-hand side of the course. I think it is the pair from Italy coming back in. Need to make a bit of a correction to come back up to that centre line, stay clear of that rocky place that no boat wants to go, and they're doing that now. Bringing it in, you can see the patch of breeze right where they are, how localised the wind is here today. You get really, really localised winds in the Mediterranean, and today is a perfect example of that. Well, as the pair from South Africa get ready to hit the water and get entered on the left-hand side, Turkey completing their race over that water finish line. Fantastic navigation from them. You know that if they are knocking those boys down, it is because they are bang on the centre of the course.
Ed ecco quindi la formazione del Sud Africa che continua ovviamente a frullare per trovare il giusto spazio, ma ora l'attenzione è nuovamente sugli Stati Uniti d'America per la prossima partenza. And off we go. Now it's all about United States of America. And we are officially off with this combination, racing together with South Africa, turning down the course. So two crews at the same time. Then we'll have Germany and Peru closing the program of the day. What a start for Germany here. They're trying to find the best speed now and trying to set the belt. But it's not finished here. We'll have a close start here with Peru about to go.
Yeah, the best speed in the best direction is what gets the best times, Luca. And it looks like the pair from Germany, they're doing a great job of not giving too much away on the centre line of the course, past that first slalom mark. On the left-hand side of the course, we've got two boats coming for home, South Africa and the USA, both on that home straight towards that finish line. Again, with that building breeze out there, those white caps of the waves coming right in towards the turning point 1, turning point 2, 250 metres out from the beach, mean that the conditions they row out in are not the same conditions that they'll be experiencing further down the course. So you've just got to be able to constantly roll with what you are given on this beach sprint format. Well, the pair from Peru, they're making up the final entry in the Coastal PR3 mixed double sculls. Claudio Ravelli and Adrian Rivas powering their way out towards that first mark, knocking it down with the blades, showing that they are not leaving any unnecessary space there. A couple of big swells rolling in. We'll see if the pair from Germany manage to ride one of them home towards the beach. This swell has been a dominant factor all day, not as much this afternoon, but as you can see with that wave break in there, it's not gone away completely, so still a real consideration for the beach starts and to bring the boat home with a swell behind you out in the water.
Sul campo l'ultima formazione in gara in questa specialità è il doppio PR3 Mix. Abbiamo visto anche l'Italia, ma ora è la volta del Perù, l'ultima formazione a gareggiare in questa giornata, una giornata straordinaria, sicuramente molto intensa, che ci ha permesso di gettare le basi su questo campionato del mondo. Occhi sul Perù per andare ad archiviare il nostro programma odierno.
Sunny, is it?
Well, that final pair in the boat from Peru on the home straight towards it. I'm looking at them through my binoculars and I can see some big swells building behind it. So they'll be wanting to hook on one of those if possible. They'll be pleased, I imagine, to be finishing on the water, not with one of those swells behind them on the beach this afternoon. As we've seen, that water finish proving a really valuable way to manage the ever-changing conditions that we get here. That's them across the water. And I think wrapping it up from the beach is Gemma and Luca.
So we have just had the last boat back in from the water, which concludes racing today, finishing there with the PR3 mixed double sculls. So what a way to end the day, and what a day of racing we have had. My goodness, it's been thrilling. But the good news is, it doesn't finish there. Oh no, we get to do it all again tomorrow, with the exception that tomorrow we are starting with the last of 16 knockout rounds. We've got the quarterfinals, we've got the semi-finals, and we've got the finals. So we've got our medal matches tomorrow for the following categories. We've got our under-19 men's and women's solo. We've got our coastal mixed double sculls. We've got our mixed coxed quadruple sculls, and of course our PR3 mixed double sculls as well. And then after all of that, we have our amazing victory ceremonies. So we've got so much to look forward to tomorrow. We are hoping that racing is going to start at 8:30 in the morning. So make sure you're there. Have your cappuccinos, get up on that grandstand and get ready for the action, because it will be intense. Now, before we go, I really want to say a huge, huge thank you to all of our wonderful volunteers who have done such an amazing job, haven't they? Been brilliant. So let's hear it for our volunteers, everyone. And also a huge thank you to our officials as well. It's been challenging, but they've rose to that challenge, and we've got an amazing roster of racing underway today. So thank you to our officials. Thank you also to our wonderful commentator, who you've had the dulcet tones in your ears all day. That is James Scott, otherwise known as Scotty. Thank you, Scotty. Loving your work. And talking of dulcet tones, a huge thank you as well to DJ Cavell, who's been bringing the tunes to the beach today. Thank you, DJ Cavell. And of course, to my wonderful co-host with the most, it's Luca, everybody. Luca Borgini, let's hear it for him.
Thank you, Gemma. You've been amazing. What a great start. And I can't wait to be back together with you on the beach and with our wonderful team. We'll enjoy the race and the first medals to be given out, as you just said.
Cannot wait. It's going to be good. We're definitely going to be there, aren't we? We'll be there. Make sure you are. Glory is coming.
Grazie di cuore a tutti voi per essere stati con noi, un grazie in chiusura ai volontari eccezionali come sempre, siete stati straordinari, al comitato organizzatore, alla città di Genova, a tutti i dirigenti, a tutte le persone che stanno rendendo questo campionato del mondo possibile. Domani avremo il primo blocco di finalissime con le prime medaglie da assegnare. In chiusura consentiteci ancora una volta di ricordare che questa sera alle 19 ci sarà anche la grande cerimonia delle nazioni con due pullman in partenza, uno alle 18 e uno alle 18:30 per raggiungere il centro città ed andare così a celebrare questo campionato del mondo. Dalla spiaggia è veramente tutto, domattina dalle 8:30, se lo vorrete, saremo nuovamente con voi. Un abbraccio e una buona serata.
Gemma's asking, do you want to do the reminder of this? Should we do it there? We didn't do it at the rat hole, we didn't say it.
This is an announcement for the athletes. Please make sure that you make your way to the buses at 6 o'clock or 6:30 p.m. for the Parade of Nations in the city centre. So there's two buses, 6 o'clock and 6:30, to take you to the Parade of Nations in the city centre. Thank you.
Questo è un grande messaggio soprattutto per gli atleti, l'abbiamo detto in chiusura, ma lo ribadiamo ancora, mi raccomando, non perdete i vostri pullman. Alle 18, alle 18:30 la partenza ufficiale per la cerimonia delle nazioni che si terrà in centro città alle 19:00. Mi raccomando, non perdete i pullman e non mancate, sarà un appuntamento imperdibile, la cerimonia d'apertura del campionato del mondo 2024.
Who should we give our mics? Should I just put them?